go external and come back. So consider, if you will, and this is the most rudimentary case, you sending an email to somebody and that person is literally probably 50 meters down the road. It may go to Miami and come back, right? These are scenarios that really existed. And it's important to understand that because there are many layers around that and what the IXP does. That is very important. I remember being an RN fellow, and my, I guess they call it mentor at the time, was a gentleman from one of the caching companies. And, you know, he said, look, you know, we would really love to put our caches here because for all those people who want to watch, you know, Netflix, YouTube, and those things, it makes more sense and efficiency to put a cache here, cache all of the content here, so that when you're actually requesting this content, it doesn't go overseas to get it, to bring it back and clog up bandwidth. Akamai, that was the content delivery network that my mentor was with. So it's very important to understand the value of keeping local traffic local. And I'm going to speak to in a little bit about how that impacts content creators, how that impacts intellectual property, and in fact, how it impacts cybersecurity. Because one of the things that in many discussions that I have is when we talk about disasters, most times people focus on wind, earthquake, tsunami, not factoring in that a well-designed cyber attack can create the same impact and effect of a natural disaster, right? Because believe it or not, the light not being there, GPS not being able to provide light, it's not always because the pole blew down, right? So I say all of that to say a stronger and better utilized IXP can not only improve the performance of government services, educational platforms, telehealth systems, business applications, content delivery, cloud access, all of these things. It can support greater local caching in instances where we need to host things locally. It can facilitate that. And critically, it can keep more domestic traffic inside Jamaica where resilience, visibility, and continuity are easy to manage, right? Now, in a hurricane-prone country, that matters because, like I said, after Hurricane Melissa, we no longer have the luxury of viewing interconnection, redundancy, peering. It's an interesting term because while our providers connect to our ISP, the peering matter is always a question, but we can have that discussion. Routing of traffic and all of these technical matters, these are now what we call national resilience issues. Because once those things are impacted, everybody feels it, right? So when we discuss any IXP, in particular Jamaica's IXP, we are really discussing I kind of put it into 4 buckets from a strategic imperative standpoint. 1, resilience. A country that keeps more of its domestic traffic local is better positioned to maintain continuity during shocks and outages. 2, efficiency. Local interconnection, when it happens, can reduce unnecessary transit dependency and improve the economics of domestic digital service delivery. This is very important because a lot of times, you know, depending on which jurisdiction you go to, you'll always hear cost of internet is too high. And as such, there's an impact to the digital services that can be delivered from the innovators to other service providers, and I'm not speaking about the Flues and the Digicels, right? The third, which I heard, I think it was Giovanni that spoke to yesterday, digital sovereignty. And this is going to become more and more important as we fiercely move into that digitized, connected world. A stronger local exchange environment supports greater control over how domestic traffic is routed, served, cached, and secured. Fourth, when we talk about innovation and growth, a strong IXP environment improves conditions for content providers, startups, private cloud ecosystems, which are going to become more and more important, public digital services, and the wider national innovation agenda, right? If we can't create an enabling environment for our startups and our creators because of the cost of accessing the services that they're providing, then it will have an impact on whether or not they're going to try to innovate here or innovate somewhere else. That said, there's another dimension I want us to consider. When we start to expand digital public services, data-driven systems, and AI-enabled systems, a couple issues start to rear their head. Data privacy, data protection, cybersecurity, responsible AI use, and intellectual property. Now, I know Chuck Cameron is in the room, so he'll enjoy hearing those kinds of things. As a cybersecurity practitioner myself, these are real concerns that we have, because an internet exchange point, while it doesn't by itself solve those concerns, it does help to create the local digital environment in which, while keeping domestic traffic local, trusted services can perform better, resilience can improve, stronger foundations can be laid for secure innovation. Because you can't just look at it as innovation anymore. It has to be secure innovation. And that in itself protects Jamaica's digital value and the intellectual property that emanates from here. And again, a lot of that is embodied in this concept of trust. If Jamaica wants to begin to export technology, right? If it wants to build more local software, build more digital products, more creative content, build more platforms, and the new thing is build more AI-enabled services, then we need infrastructure that helps local creators, local firms, startups operate in an environment where digital value can be created. And we miss that sometimes because this concept of digital value, it's not just about, okay, I'm going to build something that will work for one business that can serve 100,000 people, but you have to kind of look at it from a global standpoint because that's the marketplace that you're playing in, right? If you don't have the mechanics here to support building out these platforms here and delivering them from here in a secure way, then the rest of the world are not going to take what you're creating seriously. Well, how does an IXP play into that? Well, a well-governed IXP allows, and again, from a security standpoint, it almost facilitates cyber resilience. It can become a cyber resilience asset. How does it do that? It doesn't do it by replacing sensible and responsible security at the ISP level. What it does is it creates a strong environment to improve situational awareness, routing security, incident coordination, and resilience across the national network ecosystem. Now, I know Godfrey Sterling is in the room, and he is the head of CERT, and I'm sure he mentioned the importance of that, because all traffic running through the IXP and being able to monitor and see what's happening increases our posture from a security standpoint. No, most times people say, well, hey, you know, that sounds a little bit like surveillance, and you have to manage the concept of the surveillance state, because you will have those who would like to use that as a reason for not doing this. But the fact is, for entities like CERT, and CERT is responsible for coordinating, you know, responses to cyber threats affecting both public and private sector. CERT's mandate lines up with the value, the cyber value of an IXP, because with the right governance arrangements, when you have clear legal boundaries and, you know, proper privacy safeguards, an IXP environment can support better network level visibility into service disruptions, routing anomalies. You know, it gives better awareness, and it can improve the collective operational discipline of that digital ecosystem that we're trying to create, right? So being able to ensure that, you know, faster communication and escalation among network operators when incidents happen is very important, because now we can respond smarter and faster to that kind of disaster in the making, right? So again, an IXP plays an important role in the security posture of national networks, right? So, so the opportunity is clear from a cyber resilience standpoint. So in closing, I just want to say that, you know, CaribNOG, you know, continues to give the Caribbean a serious technical forum in which matters can be discussed, and discussed in an honest and constructive way, because I can tell you, when Bevel and I see Lance Hines there too, when we sit down and have discussions, it's very honest and very constructive. But more importantly, it helps to bridge policy and operations. Now, this is an important thing, because invariably what you find is, while we have a lot of knowledge from a technical standpoint, we don't often have it translating to the policy level, right? And if you don't have that, then good policy decisions can't be made. And this is very important. And that's the kind of role that participants in fora like this must start to now adopt. You can influence policy, but you have to distill it for the policymakers. Get involved, right? 20 years ago, I would have never seen myself getting involved at a senior advisor level. But over time, what became painfully obvious is that if you don't do that, you're going to be sitting at tables in bars talking about the problems that exist, and they're going to keep existing until you choose to do something about it, right? So it's something that I would like you to take away from this, you know, the importance of translating what we know, technical and operational, into policy. Very important, because I'll tell you this, if you don't do it, then those who you may hold as the reason we have not progressed the way we should, they win, right? And I'm trying to be very diplomatic in how I say that. If you're not in the room when they are, they'll make a better case and they'll win. And we have no one to blame but ourselves, right? So in the digital future we're pursuing, what we must do is we must make things more local, we must make things more secure, we must make things more resilient, we must make them more interoperable, and we must make them trusted. Very important. Melissa, as I said, exposed a lot of these weaknesses and gaps, but it also clarified some priorities, brought it into sharp focus. Because one thing politicians don't like is when people, their own constituents start cuss them for not fixing things, or why did you allow this to happen? So we know this now, that local digital infrastructure must be treated as foundational, national, critical infrastructure. This was not the case before, but that must happen now. We now know that resilience must be designed in and not retrofitted after. And we have the opportunities to do that. We now know that data protection, cybersecurity, trusted AI use, and the protection of digital value must be part of the conversation from the very beginning, not sprinklings at the end. We now know that assets such as the ISP, such as national broadband infrastructure, such as secure cloud architectures, are extremely mission critical and must be viewed that way to Jamaica's development path. This is key. And while many of us in here understand that, we must make sure that our policymakers understand that. So I say to you, let's use this forum well. Let us strengthen Jamaica's digital core, but not only Jamaica. Every Caribbean country can benefit from the discussions that we hold here. Let us deepen the collaboration between operators, regulators, government, policymakers, and innovators, because the innovators themselves need to know the value of this thing called an IXP, so they can lend their voice to the masses, trying to convince policymakers why they should do what we need them to do. Let's move our IXP, again, from potential to strategic value. And I want to say we're going to get it right this cycle. Let's build a digital environment in which local traffic can remain local, trusted services can thrive, innovation can scale, right? It's very important. And resilience can be engineered into all of it from the get-go, from the beginning. And let's ensure also that the next phase of, and I'm going to be selfish, our digital transformation is built not just for convenience in normal times, but for continuity, trust, and security in difficult times. And those difficult times are not only when the breeze comes, or when the earthquake comes, or when the tsunami comes, but when the cyber attack comes, right? And I think that is how we will drive the innovation that we talk about. That is how we will build resilience. And that is how we will deliver growth through this local digital infrastructure. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Forrest. Don't sit yet. We do have a token of appreciation for you, and I'll ask our Yvonne Nicholson, Director of Consumer and Public Affairs at the Office of Utilities Regulation, to do the honors. And we heard you, Mr. Forrest. You gave us some good advice. Make sure to get the policymakers involved. Make sure that you are physically in the same room so that... Yes.
Well, I helped to distill it for the policymakers.
So Mr. Forrest also talked about, he gave us he extolled the significant importance of having a local IXP. We're keeping our data local. In times of disaster, he says it helps with quick turnaround time if anything should happen to our networks, etc. So we have a lot of takeaways from that. So thank you very much, Mr. Forrest, for your presentation. I'd like to acknowledge the sponsors who came on board to make today's event, or the last the 3 days of events possible. They're on your screens. LACNIC, ICANN, Sun City, they were here yesterday doing a broadcast. The Caribbean Telecommunications Union, the CAF Development Bank of Latin America and the Caribbean, Architects, Connected Caribbean, Spectrum Management Authority, Internet Society, or ISOC, and ARIN. Thank you very, very much. So this morning is significant. You can understand why I'm a bit excited, because it's our baby that we're giving birth to again with the relaunch, if that can actually happen, but the relaunch of the Jamaica Internet Exchange Point. It's been long in coming. We've been at this since 2014, and I'm pleased to have rejoining us on the stage, Ivona Chano of the OUR. A round of applause, please.
Yes, vertically challenged. All right, good morning again. And you have heard from speakers yesterday, from Trevor a while ago, talking about the benefits of the IXP. So the OUR became converts in 2012 and started working on establishing an internet exchange point. That happened in 2014, sorry, 2014. And the initiative was piloted by a former colleague, Mr. Curtis Robinson, and yes, and made possible with the help of some key partners. Packet Clearinghouse donated the initial switch and the technical expertise for deployment. PCHT members Bevyl Woodin and Bill Woodcock also assisted with our pre-launch advocacy initiatives. eGov Jamaica, now Jamaica, offered to host the IXP and has been providing day-to-day technical oversight. So the current state of affairs, we have 3 ISPs and Jamaica pairing, and the traffic being exchanged is above that critical milestone of 5 gigabytes. However, IXP has not developed into the multi-stakeholder model we envisioned in 2014. That model would allow operators of large private networks which provide services to the public, such as content and hosting providers, government agency, and private sector entities such as banks to pair at the IXP. Additionally, the OUR still owns the IXP. We had hoped to hand it over shortly after establishment, but we faced challenges implementing an inclusive governance framework. And we took the decision that we would continue to operate it until that time we have the buy-in for an inclusive governance framework. Over the last year, the OUR, we took the decision with the help of consultant Brent McIntosh, I hope online, and we decided to enhance the IXP with the intent to relaunch and re-engage with stakeholders to move the IXP to what we want it to be. That is a multi-stakeholder model. Some of the improvements made are We have a new Cisco Nexus 93,000 switch. My technical people tell me that this bolsters the pairing fabric, and it also provides redundancy by working alongside the initial switch. We have migrated all but one member to the new switch. The new initial switch will be replaced during the second quarter of this year, thanks to the generosity of Packet Clearinghouse. We have upgraded the networking software. We have a newly configured firewall setup, and we have network synchronized to the official Jamaica time standard provided by the Bureau of Standards Jamaica. And you'll hear more about that initiative from BSJ today. We have employed monitoring and management tools. We're using IXP Manager. We have launched a new website, and we have increased visibility due to presence on IXP databases such as PeeringDB and CaribNOG, Caribbean IXP Traffic. So the relaunch of JIXP today, it's not merely to acknowledge a technical milestone. Rather, we're looking at it as a reset and a recommitment. So it's a reset in how stakeholders engage, connect, and collaborate at the IXP. And it's a recommitment to keep Jamaican traffic local where possible and to build a more secure, stable, and resilient internet ecosystem for Jamaica. So as we mark this relaunch, I issue a call to action to policymakers and regulators, yes, hands up, align policies and frameworks to foster local content ecosystems and trusted digital infrastructure. To large internet service providers, embrace the multi-stakeholder model and support a neutral and non-discriminatory governance framework. To smaller IXPs, connect and pair. Help build traffic volumes at the IXP that demonstrate value and resilience. To content and hosting provider, the private sector, cloud platforms, financial institutions, etc., host locally, pair and cache content at the IXP, and deliver faster, more reliable digital services while unlocking new users. To our public sector agencies, to academia, connect e-government platforms, educational networks, and research institutions to the IXP. The relaunch of IXP, JIXP, is the beginning of a renewed journey. We must now focus on building participation, strengthening governance, and integrating this infrastructure into our broader digital strategy. The IXP's success will be measured not just by the volume of traffic that traverses the switch, but by the diversity of participants, the growth of the local internet ecosystem, and its contribution to national resilience and innovation. Therefore, it is with optimism and a spirit of collaboration that I now formally declare the Jamaica Internet Exchange Point, JAIXP, relaunch. May it serve Jamaica well. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you very much, Ivona. It's been a long time in coming, and we're quite excited about it. So Ivona says it's a reset, it's a recommitment, it's a renewal, it's a rebirth. And she has issued a call to action to our content providers, our MDAs, government, MDAs, ISPs, academia. We all need you to make this a success. So thank you very much. And you'll be hearing throughout the course of the day testimonials, etc., about IXPs and how they work in other jurisdictions. And that's a good segue to introduce our next speaker, Dr. Claire Craig Research Director at CaribNOG, and she'll be speaking on the state of the Caribbean IXP ecosystem. Claire.
Thank you, Liz. Hi, good morning, everyone. I am Claire Craig, and I am happy to be here this morning, and CaribNOG is happy to be here at this relaunch of the Jamaica Internet Exchange Point. And you know, there's a saying that the first time you hear something, you don't really hear it. The second time you hear it partly, and by the third time it starts to sink in. So I hope that since I'm going to be repeating a lot of what has been said over the last yesterday and this morning, that it would have started to sink in. So, what is happening with our IXPs? As everyone has said, our ecosystem has evolved over the last more than 2 decades, and I will show you that in a minute. It has been driven mostly by regional and international collaborators such as PCH, or Region CaribNOG has done a lot of work, the CTU, and IOGS, LACNIC, and ARIN, as well as IXPs. They have multiplied over the years, so we have quite a few in the region. However, one of the things that we have heard is that they have remained basically, the development has been uneven. And some of them are more mature, and we'll be hearing from some of the more mature ones later on in this program with some of the testimonials that we will be hearing. But unfortunately, as things go, some of them have remained stagnant, and as my friend Russell from ISOC would say, they are zombie IXPs. But we won't be calling anybody out at this, just stating what is happening. And so what this presentation is going to do is identify some of the characteristics of the Caribbean IXP landscape. So this is what it looks like. So we started early in 2001 with Cuba. Then between 2008 and 9, we had a few more, 2011 to 13. That's when Grenada, which is one of the ones you'll be hearing a lot about, was implemented. As Ivona said, Jamaica was in 2014, together with Trinidad and Tobago. And you'd be hearing from someone from TNT this morning as well. Then 2015 to 16, a few more. 2019, Puerto Rico, Suriname, and Suriname has been doing quite well, even though it's one of the later ones. And over the after the pandemic, we had St. Barth, St. Martin, St. Kitts and Nevis, and Guyana. What we found post-implementation is that some of the things that did not exist were the ones that are zombies, generally don't have a dedicated coordinator. So they were implemented by what we say for the optics. They were events. A lot of them, the peering and collaboration is still not happening. And as Mr. Forrest said, that's where the work has to happen. And in the region particularly, I don't know what the problem is, or service providers tend to have an aversion to peering, you know, and at the local exchanges. They exchange their traffic internationally in Miami, but that doesn't help us when something like Maria happens. The investment that was initially identified for implementing the exchange ended after the exchange point was implemented. So there was no further investment financially, and as well as in terms of persons and operations into the these exchanges. The governance and follow-up is another area where work needs to be done. And finally, one of the areas which CaribNOG felt very strongly about was the fact that there was limited data and visibility about these internet exchanges. There are two main directories for internet exchanges, and that is Packet Clearinghouse and Peering DB. And what we found was that there were internet exchange points that were listed on Packet Clearinghouse, but they were not listed on Peering DB. And the information on those two directories is quite different. So, and for us in the region particularly, the information about our IXPs, and many of them on that list that I showed you a little while ago, was very, what's the word? Anecdotal. So I had to know a guy. You know, so we're picking on Lance again. So Lance has his IXP in Guyana, and this is T for true. And the reason we found out about the IXP in Guyana was because there was a newspaper article that identified that the IXP was launched. But when you look on Peering DB and you look on PCH, there's no IXP. And so we decided we need to find a way for the Caribbean to own our data. There must be a place where our data, there should be one point of truth where you could find data about our IXPs. But I jump ahead. So what were some of the challenges that we experience in the region? We think we do have small market sizes, but that should not deter us from moving forward. Again, we also have limited IXP participation. We have concerns about sustainability with respect to the finances and the operations. We talk about limited local content, but is that really true? And we need to recognize, is it that we have limited local content, or local content is not stored locally, and therefore we don't access it in that matter? We rely very heavily on external hubs to exchange our traffic, such as Mr. Forrest said as well, head to Miami. So for instance, again, he spoke about it, but I like to emphasize this point. We have Liz here in Jamaica, and she's on the Red Network. And we have Ivona on the Blue Network. And they are right in this room. And they're sending a WhatsApp message to each other. But because the networks are not peering her locally, Liz's traffic has to go to Miami to be exchanged to come back down to Ivona, right here in this room in Jamaica. So think about what that does for your government, and we have government representatives in the room, who may be saying, we are doing digital transformation and we're putting your taxes online. And so you fill out your income tax, and the government servers, the local IXPs are not peering with each other, and you're on different systems. Your information has to be exchanged in international markets. So that speaks to your data sovereignty, it speaks to your privacy, it speaks to cybersecurity and a host of other issues. And therefore, one of the things that I hope at the OUR, at the regulators conference that's happening in 2 weeks, I'm making the plug here for that, that one of the items on the agenda would be the fragmentation of the policy environment in the region. So I started to speak about how we decided to track our data. So we found that tracking IXP traffic and information was important, because if I did not know who was operating the IXP in Dominica or in St. Lucia or wherever in the region, we couldn't find the traffic. We felt that for research purposes and also for collaboration and sharing of information, it was important to have increased visibility. And of course, we all know the term, what gets measured gets done. So having the evidence-based data is good for decision making. So this is what we did. I know you can't see it very well, but Jamaica is down there at the end. This is our Carib IXP's directory and traffic management system. So when you go to, and I'll give you the URL in a short while, so this is just a snapshot of some of the region's IXPs that we are aware of that are listed, and what we have been encouraging IXPs to do is to be sure to be registered on Peering DB, because that's where content providers go to find out who is actually peering. I'm not knocking PCH, they do a good job, but this is where there is the information that's available on Peering DB provides a lot more data for decision making, for collaboration. And Ivona showed this on her slides as well. This is what the traffic looks like. So again, if you are able to view traffic, this is the aggregate traffic. This is not for any specific IXP. But on the system, you can see traffic for each IXP as well as an aggregate. So now you can tell what is happening in the region and how this traffic is moving. Now you'd see some spikes there. Those are the traffic that is generated by the system. So Brent has said that we need to ignore those. But what you will see, however, when you're looking at these graphs are things like, hey, why was there a spike on the third week or the end of March? Oh, Carifta games were happening at that time, so more persons were online. I'm an advertiser. Do I want to put my information online because more persons are there? What should I do? And we're talking about ways that we can stimulate our economies with information that's available. Oh, sorry. So our directory, if you want to find out more, is caribixps.com/directory, or you could just type in Caribbean IXP directory and traffic management, and it comes up in Google. So what are the trends? We have found that since we have launched this, there's increased awareness about IXPs, and there's more adoption. Like Jamaica, who is relaunching today, there are other IXPs that they haven't relaunched, but they are recognizing that the IXPs have become zombies and work is taking place there. There is increased regional collaboration. Brent is the guy to go to if you need to have your IXP not relaunched, but refurbished and re-engineered, because a lot of the equipment that would have been used back in the early 2000s is no longer relevant and needs to be updated. So that's part in order to use things like IXP Manager. And also, if we're going to be focusing, there's a lot more focus on resilience and sovereignty as a result of this. There are strategic opportunities to strengthen regional peering and in forums such as this, where we come together and we talk about what is happening. But one of the things that we also need to ensure is that we find ways to incentivize and broaden participation. In the region, we can't only look at our IXPs to be members of the we can't only look at ISPs to be members of the IXPs. There are other, and Ivona spoke about it, banks and other members that can join, and we need to encourage them, as Mark said in his presentation yesterday. The resources, the number of resources are available. Apply for your resource, and you could become a member. We need to develop our local content ecosystems. We had the young people here talking about the work that we're doing. But if they're doing work in Jamaica or in any other Caribbean region, and they are hosting outside of the region, then that creates another problem. Can we find innovative ways to give them space to have our data centers, integrate with data centers, where we can host our systems locally? Who are important for this? Our stakeholders are critical. We need to ensure that the government puts in place strong policy mechanisms that will drive and support the IXP. We need private sector investment and peering. So when we're talking about IXPs, they are private sector, and we need them to invest in it as well as other private sector investing. We need to continue to have our regional organizations coordinating and collaboration happening at that level, as well as fora like this where we have capacity development from the technical community. What's our future vision? There's a need for more resilient and, well, we see there are opportunities for more resilient and interconnected Caribbean internet ecosystem. We are building stronger we're building stronger internet exchange points. And at the end of that, the idea is for local traffic to remain local by default. And the reason I said that is because we can create internet exchange points. These IXPs join the internet exchange points, but they don't pay. They may join because, as Mr. Forrest said, Akamai or Cloudflare or any of those content providers are on, so they want to have access to the content, but they refuse to peer with each other. And what we're finding as well in the region, why I hope this will be a conversation at for the regulators, is that in our region, there are some service providers who peer in one country, and in another country, they refuse to peer. And you ask, why should that be? And I wouldn't call any names because I recently had a conversation with her. I said, but you are on the Jamaica Internet Exchange Point and you're peering. So why in country X you are not peering? And a lot of the times we find it's the legal people who are holding back this advancement. And so we need to ensure that those loopholes are closed. And I think this might be my final slide. So what are our takeaways? IXPs are foundational infrastructure. We've been hearing that. So if it's one thing we leave here knowing, it's that this is not a question of should we implement an IXP anymore. It's when are we going to implement our IXP, and how do we ensure that this is not an event again, but it is long-term and sustainable. We understand that our progress has been uneven, but this is an opportunity to fix that. Our next phase requires us to have continued and greater coordination with our stakeholders. Investment is important. Please recognize that when you invest in an IXP, you need to look at what is, and we will be having a presentation on that later on today. It's not one and done, as well as commitment by all stakeholders. It's not just about connectivity. but about enabling digital transformation and securing our digital sovereignty. So with that, I thank you.
Thank you very much, Claire. You talk about your vision for the regional IXP, more resilient, stronger, keeping local traffic local, but collaborating within the region as well. That's very important. So we're running a little bit behind schedule. We're going to see how we can recoup some of that time. So without further ado, I just want to inform persons who were not here yesterday. The Wi-Fi is, when you go on the Wi-Fi system, just look for OUR guest, and the password, I think we'll mount it at some time during the course of the day, is welcome with a capital W, welcome, the number 2, guest with a capital G. So welcome to guest, capital W, capital G. I now invite, so Evona would have spoken before about the immense contribution from the Bureau of Standards regarding converting the time on our JAI Speak to Jamaica time. I now invite Terrence Jones of the Bureau of Standards Jamaica to talk about the Jamaica Caribbean time server. Mr. Jones, please help me welcome him.
Good morning, everyone. Again, I am Terrence Jones from the Bureau of Standards Jamaica. I lead the Time and Frequency department that has been recently redeveloped, and its primary purpose is to maintain Jamaica's official standard time. Gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, this is a brilliant piece of infrastructure that has been redeveloped. And I hope that in my presentation, where I walk you through the aim, the research, the steps that we're taking for the implementation of the infrastructure, I hope that you can take away from it as much as we possibly can. All right. Throughout the presentation, I'm going to be sharing some background on time and frequency, the purpose for redeveloping the time and frequency laboratory, a purpose for the research, as well as the aims that we would have followed to guide us in the redevelopment of the project. Discuss some key terms that is associated with time and frequency metrology, as well as the methodology that would have been undertaken in the redevelopment of our time and frequency laboratory. I will also be sharing some results that is taken to compare the BSJ's performance to other countries that run a time and frequency laboratory. So, the Bureau of Standards Jamaica is the National Metrology Institute for Jamaica. And the responsibility for the National Metrology Institute is to ensure Jamaica's measurement system is internationally recognized. To this effect, we want to ensure that measurement traceability of our primary standards is maintained and is traceable to the internationally accepted standard. And when I talk about metrology, I'm talking about the science of measurement, not about the weather. All right. So the science of measurement, we're familiar with the SI units, the mole, the kilogram, the candela, the ampere, Kelvin, the meter, and the second. Today I'm going to be talking about the second. What defines the second, and why is it that it is important that every country has its own local realization of the second, right? So currently the Bureau of Standards maintains the kilogram, a standard for the kilogram, the ampere, the Kelvin, and the meter. But these SI units that are maintained at the Bureau of Standards are traceable to the accepted standard that is maintained by the International Bureau of Weights and Measures. And the International Bureau of Weights and Measures is basically the National Metrology Institute for Earth. All of the countries that maintain these various standards needs to ensure that they are traceable to this one international standard. What makes the second that is realized at the Bureau of Standards so different is that it is an actual realization of the standard, not a traceable standard. We don't have a replica of the second that we send to be calibrated on a monthly basis. What we developed here and what I'm going to be presenting on is an actual realization of the 5071A standard used to maintain the definition of the second. I see the interesting faces and I see the questions that are going to come. I'm looking forward to it. So according to the Bureau of Weights and Measures, the second is defined by taking the fixed numerical value of the cesium frequency, the unperturbed ground state hyperfine transition frequency of the cesium-133 atom to be a very large number of 9,192,631,770 frequencies. Let me just try to break that down before I continue. So, traditionally, for the maintenance of time, what are we familiar with to be used to keep time? We're familiar with sundials. We're familiar with using the sun rising and setting, right? We want to be able to have a definite standard, something that won't change at any given time period to use to be the definition of the second. So over the years, this has been redefined. We moved from using the frequency, rising and setting of the sun, to using atomic standards. And the current definition is the use of the cesium isotope, the 133 isotope, right? So in layman terms, someone defined or someone found out that if I heat the cesium atom at a specific temperature, a lot of scientists are in the room, so we're familiar with the term valence electrons. We find that heated at a specific temperature, those valence electrons have a way of changing their energy state. And when they change their energy state, jumping from one valence electron to the other, again, I'm just trying to be as frank as possible, we find that that transition emits a wavelength. And when we measure the frequency of that wavelength, we get it to be this beautiful number that I know that everyone will remember when we leave here, that 9 billion number. So each time that wavelength elapses, we call it 1 second. And this is what is recognized currently as the definition for the second. If we don't remember anything from Terence Jones's presentation from the Bureau of Standard, remember how the second is defined. Moving on. Why do we want to define the second? Why do we want a local realization of the second in Jamaica? I have a nice explanation here. With the rapid growth of the widespread use of time and frequency services, like financial timestamps, high-frequency trade that takes place on the Jamaica Stock Exchange, when an accident occurs in the middle of halfway tree, and we have CCTV footage that captures this accident, we need to ensure that the timestamp that is on this footage, it's true. We need to ensure that it is traceable, and we need to ensure that it can hold up under scrutiny. We need to ensure that when a transaction is done at a local ATM, the timestamp seen there on the receipt is true. We need to ensure that when we're doing a trade, a new IPO is coming out and you want to purchase the stock. With the advent of high-frequency trade, a lot of trades is going to be happening in 1 second. The stock prices move very fast. We need to ensure that when you purchase a trade, at what time did you actually purchase that trade, and what was the stock price when you purchased that trade? Did you get the stock price at the value you requested it for? With a time and frequency laboratory, you're able to basically define and provide truthfulness to all timing transactions that happen online and even in person. And we need to ensure that the Bureau's purpose is to facilitate trade. We need to ensure that this time is true, internationally recognized, to coordinated universal time, which is the international time standard or the international standard that is used for defining time globally. Everyone still with me? All right. So the BSG has recognized this gap that there's no time and frequency services locally. There's no standardized time that is used. And with realizing this gap, it has been tasked with the efforts to develop the necessary infrastructure that is needed to maintain Jamaica's realization of the second, right? So we've developed a time and frequency laboratory with the primary aim is to create coordinated universal time BSJ's realization, which maintains Jamaica's official standard time for Jamaica. All right. Main purpose, we've embarked on a journey to establish a time and frequency laboratory to provide time and frequency needs to the public sector and the end user in the country. The primary service, of course, is to maintain that official standard time and disseminate it to the various sectors, right? There's also a secondary service, which is to provide calibration to time-based equipments, or equipments that have an on-time oscillator similar to what would be maintained in the standard. Some of us might be familiar with the rubidium oscillator or the quartz oscillator, or that which is used to maintain time in something like an oscilloscope. And we need to ensure that this realization is internationally recognized and traceable to UTC, which is maintained at the International Bureau of Weights and Measures. So how did we basically approach this effort? How did we approach this research? The National Institute of Standards and Technology is the National Metrology Institute for America. And CINAM is the National Metrology Institute in Mexico. We traveled to Boulder, Colorado, spent 4 months at the National Institute of Standards and Technology, studied to the T how is it that they maintain their official standard time. Traveled also to Mexico, in Querétaro, where they maintain their official laboratory, and studied the method that they use to maintain their official time. And we realized the differences between the two laboratories and took a specific approach with the designing of our lab to ensure that it meets the international standard, which is to maintain the second to less than 100 nanoseconds granularity. We're familiar with 100 nanosecond people. We're familiar with how many zeros does it take if I have nanosecond behind the value? So of all the standards I showed before, the resolution for the second currently is defined in nanoseconds. So that's 9 zeros. If I have 1 second here, that's 9 zeros. I need to ensure that when I'm defining my realization of the standard at the Bureau of Standard, I need to ensure that I can give you a value all the way down to 9 zeros. I think me do get a bigger reaction than that, but all right, so to familiarize ourselves with some of the terms associated in the time and frequency sector, coordinated universal time, I would have said this before. Let me see the hands of those who are familiar with GMT, Greenwich Meridian Time. All right, so Greenwich Meridian Time, again, was maintained by an International Bureau of Weights and Measures, and this is basically an ensemble of atomic clocks. All the countries that maintain a time and frequency lab that has an official standard time submits time on a monthly basis, or submit how well is that cesium 5071A standard that I defined before is performing on a monthly basis to the BIPM, and the BIPM publishes a report saying how each lab was performing. So the time taken to publish UTC is an average of how each laboratory was performing. Coordinated universal time is basically the update to Greenwich Meridian Time that we are all familiar with. The common view technique, when we're distributing time at any given point, there's a saying that says, I can tell you my time, but how do you know that my time is true? My time is only true when it is compared to your time. So we always have to be comparing our time with other time and frequency laboratories. And this is done using the common view technique. So each laboratory always sees at least 4 to 7 GPS satellites. And each of these GPS satellites has on board that 5071A standard that maintains the definition for the second. And a comparison is always done. Every minute, comparing the time seen at point A at the Bureau of Standards to the time seen in point B at Japan. And that is how we basically run that consistent comparison to ensure that the time maintained at the BSJ is what it's supposed to be. Method, again, that was used, we studied how is it that America maintains their official time standard as well as how NIST maintains their official time standard. And we submit data to the Inter-American Metrology System for frequent comparison to define how is it that we're performing in relation to these other laboratories. When we took that study, we realized that the key difference is it's depending upon the ensemble or how much atomic clocks you have on hand. In America, NIST, they have an average of about 60 atomic clocks, including atomic fountains. So they use the AT1 algorithm. In Mexico, they use the ETP1 algorithm. They have about 5 to 10 atomic clocks on hand. The approach that is taken for the BSJ in just revamping its official time scale, basically, is to how is it that we're going to maintain our time with as minimal resource as possible since we're just coming on board. So we wanted to develop a time standard that uses a turnkey system that ensures that we maintain that official time to the standard of less than 100 nanoseconds, and this is the approach that was taken. We used two 5071A cesium standards to create a local ensemble or an averaging for the BSJ's time. And to communicate this local ensemble every second, we use the 4380A sync system, which maintains what we call the orchestrator software to create what is called a virtual or a white clock. And this white clock uses the CAS2 algorithm, which is a variant of the Kalman filament. Let me say some things here where I don't want to lose the group, and I see that my time is running out. So the key takeaway from the method that the BSJ uses, it's that with only using 2 atomic clocks, we're able to study the performance or the stability of that atomic clock over its historical data, and then assign a specific weight to its performance, and then make a prediction that this clock that was performing well will continue to perform well tomorrow, assigning a bigger weight to it. We do this approach because we don't have that much infrastructure as a lab that is just starting out. This is the key difference that separates our system from Mexico and America. So the primary system seen here, all of the equipment placed in one rack. We're outfitted with 2 cesium standards as well as a GPS receiver and 2 network time protocol servers. Network time protocol servers are currently used to disseminate this locally realized time to Jamaica and, as we will find, to the Caribbean. We also have the ability to provide that secondary service to calibrate oscilloscopes, calibrate other time-based instrumentation through having a 50 megahertz, a 10 megahertz, and an on-time signal of 1 pulse per second output. This is just a screenshot overview of the system and how it performs. Again, the key takeaway is that we use the Kalman filter, or the CAS2 algorithm, which is a variant of the Kalman filter. On to the results and analysis. How is it that our developed lab is performing in relation to internationally recognized standard? Through the time monitoring and analysis system, a box that was donated by America to the BSJ, we submit every 10-minute data to the Inter-American Metrology System. And through its submission, we're able to see, here's a graph of all the countries that currently submit to the Inter-American Metrology System for its time and frequency services. We're able to see how Jamaica is performing in relation to Mexico and Sinam. And as we can see here, our lab is performing well within the 100 nanosecond rate. We also submit time on a daily basis to the International Bureau of Weights and Measures, which truly maintains the time standard again, which is UTC. And this graph is how we've been performing over the last year, providing time on a daily basis to the BIPM. They publish UTC BSJ, which is Jamaica's realized time, in relation to the internationally accepted standard for time. This is a sample of the report, of the last report that was published. We can see BSJ Kingston in red compared to the other laboratories. That basically, I know I'm over time, summarizes the developments, the efforts to develop our time and frequency laboratory. The infrastructure is currently running, and most recently, we've been serving Jamaica's IXP as a Stratum 1 source, along with 6 other countries in the Caribbean with the help of Mr. Brent McIntosh. If there's time for any questions, I think now is the time before I go any further.
If you can get a microphone circulated. Thank you, Gerald. So we can take those 2 questions before we go to the break.
I wasn't sweating before.
Oh, could I defer to Mr. Forrest just before? Thank you.
2 quick questions. Who are your clients that you provide time services to? If that's a thing, just curious, outside of the IXP. And 2, and it's a loaded question, how do you secure that particular system that you have? Because if you contemplate if somebody gets creative with variation in time and throwing time off, you contemplate that in the context of a financial system and financial transfers, and you start to offset time during high frequency transfer scenarios, then conceivably you have a problem with your financial system being under threat. So curious as to how you secure your system from clever people trying to offset your time provisioning and take you outside of the 100 nanosecond window that you need to maintain.
So currently, I think your first question was the clients that we serve. The Jamaica IXP, along with the IXPs in 6 other countries, I don't remember them off the top of my head, is the only client currently served by our realized time. The intention is to primarily serve the financial sector, because we've realized that there's no standard taken. And I don't know if anyone here has ever had the experience where you use an ATM locally, and this is just a day-to-day transaction. The timestamp that is on the receipt from your transaction isn't true. So we would have had meetings with the Bank of Jamaica to basically facilitate the rolling out of using the BSJ as that primary reference to secure our officially realized time. The first measure that is taken is that our network maintained in the laboratory doesn't sit on any network. There is absolutely no access to the network or the main server that basically communicates all of our standards. None whatsoever. Someone would have to actually infiltrate the BSJ, get into its laboratory to have any access to the data. The issue would be now is in disseminating the method that is used to provide the service to, let's say, a bank in Halfway Tree. So we've developed a secondary software called the Time Monitoring and Synchronization System in collaboration with NIST and a company called Masterclock. So this system is supposed to be used as secure software to communicate and disseminate time to all of our servers, our incoming clients.
if I ask a question, will she get a chance to ask hers? Or am I the last? She actually had a hand up first.
I'll take her.
All right, good morning. I hope it's still morning. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, sir. What I really wanted to ask you is, and I'm sure that you answered it in the presentation, so just reiterate it for me. How is the laboratory going to, what the benefit for end users and consumers at both the macro level, so like businesses in the corporate, the private and public sector, as well as me, I don't know, wanting to check my timestamps to ensure that the banks are properly registering when I spend stuff instead of waiting days to see a transaction appear on my account. So how does the laboratory intend to sort of implement this at a national level?
So far, the approach that is being taken is the development of the software I just mentioned, the time monitoring and synchronization software. So truly, the BSJS would serve as a Stratum 1 level time source. And we would be disseminating that time to a Stratum 2 level server that would be maintained at, for example, a bank or at the Jamaica Stock Exchange, or to a power source that is setting the frequency at one of our generation plants. It is truly at the primary service of the lab would be providing the service at this level. For end users or for people that would want to basically benefit as a direct assistance, the secondary service provided by the lab would be to calibrate time-based instrumentation. And this time-based instrumentation can be anything varying from a stopwatch to an oscilloscope to a time interval counter. These are equipments that you would find in a secondary laboratory like what is maintained at the universities, or if there's a research facility regionally that wouldn't have the benefit of having their time interval counter or instrumentation calibrated, these equipment could come to Jamaica for calibration.
Okay, so let's go to one question here. Can we take one question there before we go to the break? And we ask you to keep the questions short and the answers even shorter.
I'm just wondering, if you're connected to the IXP, could you use RFC 1588 to do Ethernet timing to all the members?
The first part of your question, could you?
So you're connected to the IXP, right? Are you going to be connected to the IXP?
Not directly.
Okay.
Not directly.
But if you are, you could, in theory, use RFC 1588
yes, for sure.
and use Ethernet timing.
For sure. But currently, we have a static IP address that is set to the Stratum 1 source.
And I know Brent's listening, so if you heard that question, you can answer it later for me too.
Okay.
If you're interested in internet timing security, we do have a working group on that. It's a bit fizzled out at the moment, but if you want to partake in that, we're happy to revive it. The ISOC has a working group on timing security. So,
thank you for that. I don't have to, yes, thank you. Gerald, I see you're on the phone. Okay, so we'll take this last question before the break.
Thank you for the presentation. Lance Hines for the record. I didn't get this from the presentation, but I'm going to ask anyway to see whether you can help. Mm-hmm. If you have a trading floor, and if you have limited trading sessions per week, what becomes important is the timestamp of the transaction that you put in. Right. And so you could have a hacking situation if somebody's going to do it, is that somebody's going to mess around with that time, because the only way in a limited session environment that you could do that calculation is based on that timestamp for the trade. Can you protect those types of things, or that is, or you don't get that far?
I would say that we haven't gotten that far. Okay. I would say that we haven't gotten that far, keeping my answer minimal.
Shorter. Okay, so thank you very much, Terence Jones. I don't know if the audience is like me. I learned a lot today. I had to use English to understand some of the math. But it was great. Thank you very much. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are behind time. We are going to take a quick coffee break. I'm shortening your coffee break to 15 minutes. So please use the opportunity to stretch your legs. And when we come back, we'll take Brent McIntosh and Keenan Singh.
Ladies and gentlemen, while you're having a break, I would like to just point your attention to our OUR booth. So if you have some time, you can make your way over to the OUR booth and you may win a prize.
We're about to resume. If you could take your seats, just grab your refreshment and come and sit with us so we can try to make up some of the lost time. Thank you. I like how the room is getting quiet. I just need to see more persons sitting. And while we're reconvening, we had a vibrant session yesterday when we were talking about cybersecurity. And at this stage, I'm going to invite Mr. Otis Osborne from the University College of the Caribbean to come up to just clarify some remarks that were made yesterday, after which I'll ask Lieutenant Colonel Godfrey Sterling to also make a brief remark. Mr. Osborne.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Yes, in the final session yesterday, you could call it unfortunate, made an unfortunate and irresponsible association with a domain name to our CERT Jamaica office. That domain name, which was just cert.gov.jm, was entered into a tool that checks domains for security, security issues, let's put it like that. And this tool was internet, and there's also ardenized.com. Those are two tools that can be used to check domains for security issues. However, because we always publicly use or refer to our CERT Jamaica office as just CERT, which led to me using that. So all association regarding security issues was misled or may be misled to believe that it is a CERT. So the correct URL for the CERT Jamaica office is cert.gov.jm and not the alias, just cert.gov.jm. All right, so there is an alias out there that assume some association with our CERT office. I must apologize for this unfortunate misassociation and hope that the leadership, which would be Lieutenant Colonel Godfrey Sterling, can work, because I am also the president of the ISOC Jamaica chapter, and which one of our goals is to collaborate with government entities in ensuring that the internet is secure for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Osborne, for that clarification. Lieutenant Colonel Sterling. Can we welcome him, please?
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is indeed unfortunate, but that is one of the reasons why we're here. So when these things happen, we can sort them out here so that the narrative that goes forward is the correct one. And in doing that, I want to thank the OUR for being as magnanimous as they have been in dealing with the issue, and Mr. Osborne for taking responsibility for what happened. But I want to make it absolutely clear that the first step in getting anything correct is correctly understanding it. Whether you're reading a question, you're listening, or anything like that. The division that I lead is the Cyber Incident Response Team Division. Because we're associated with Jamaica, people tend to call us just CERT, but we're really the CERT Division. The URL that is in question is one that we will now look to see how and where it came about and why there is an association with our URL, but it has nothing to do with the domains that we have reserved to prevent domain squatting or anything like that. It is something that really sort of came out of Mr. Osborne's checks. The CERT division is just that. There is no Jamaica in it at all in terms of its official name. And so while we have the Jamaica Cyber Incident Response Team, which is a function under the CERT division, all our internet-facing instances uses CIRT. It doesn't use a JA in it at all. So if anybody approaches you or send you things from any URL with a JA in front of the CERT or behind the CERT, it is not us. Having said that, we have to appreciate that oftentimes when things like this happen, the first thing to do is to draw conclusions, oftentimes with insufficient evidence. And a falsehood spoken often enough becomes a truth, and a truth heard often enough becomes believed. The UK has a program which they use, which is called deterrence by attribution. And they are one of only 3 countries which will openly attribute cyber attacks to whomever they have found to have perpetrated it. But they do so only after their checks get to a 95% or better confidence level, which means that when they make the attribution, there's no need to do a recant. Ladies and gentlemen, we're in the age of artificial intelligence, fake news, and deepfakes. Let us endeavor to complete the checks and assure ourselves that when we attribute something, we can stand by it. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that as well, Colonel. And yesterday, we never got the opportunity to hand you your token of appreciation for your presentation. So at this time, I'd like to invite Yvonne Nicholson, our Director of Consumer and Public Affairs at the OUR, to do the honors.
You ran away. Thank you very much.
So we're now going to go into the IXP case studies. Brent and Keenan have graciously allowed us to switch up the program a bit as we go into the case studies, where we're hearing from persons near and far. And without further ado, I'm going to hand over to Gordon Swaby, who will be moderating the segment on the IXP case studies. Can we welcome Gordon Swaby from the OUR to the podium?
Morning, everyone. All right, so for this particular segment, we wanted to bring out the different flavors of the IXP, all right? Not just as a technical concern, but more as an enabling organism or facility that is able to affect many different sectors and provide different experiences. First off, we'd like to invite Mr. Max Larson Henry. He's a network engineer, ICT instructor, and entrepreneur from Haiti. In 2005, he founded Transversal, a services company specializing in TCP IP networks. The solutions created by Transversal have been deployed in Haiti, Nepal, Timor-Leste, and the United States. Okay, so beyond that, he's also has received numerous awards. ISOC Haiti for the ITU WISIS Prize Champion Award in 2025, a recognition by the Haitian Telecommunications Regulator for his contributions to the ICT sector. So we would like to invite him now as we revisit Haiti's experience of using the IXP for national resilience post-disaster. Over to you. Is he on?
Good morning, everyone. First of all, I would like to congratulate Jamaican IXP for this important achievement. So in this presentation, I'm going to talk about the Internet Exchange Point in Haiti, built since 2009. It has been up and running, and also the challenge that we have been facing, and also the importance of this critical infrastructure in terms of overall resilience of the internet infrastructure in Haiti. Now, in terms of the context, the early days were very difficult. We are talking about the first internet service provider. we first install the airfoot, and you can see that the latency dropped from 150 milliseconds to 510 milliseconds from a local ISP point of view to the DNS foot, the airfoot that we have just installed at this time at the exchange point. So the Internet exchange point play an important role in terms of disaster resilience. As you know, in the Caribbean, particularly in Haiti, we are talking about hurricane season every year, and also earthquake from time to time. So we understand that IXP play a key role in making sure local traffic continues, even if for some reason international links with upstream providers fail. Reduce single point of failure, enable faster recovery in case of incidents, and also helping support critical services from the government, from the financial institutions, etc. Now, to make sure that we have this kind of robustness and resilience, we obviously implement local peering between the Internet exchange point at the exchange, having content caching with the CDNs, and we need to bring more and more CDNs to make sure that we have the contents as close as possible, closer to the end users. Having also critical service such as the DNS, both from the CCTLD and the root servers, as I mentioned previously regarding the airfoot, which has been installed since 2013, but also we have also a secondary for the local cctld.ht, an unicast copy provided by Packet Clearinghouse. So key takeaways from operating the exchange point since 2009 and consider it as a major component in the overall Haitian internet ecosystem is that internet exchange point are critical infrastructure. We are not talking about a piece of infrastructure that is optional. It is very important. And also deploy the internet exchange point is one thing, but making sure it is sustainable over time, it is very important. So for this, from our experience, it is very important to make sure that in the governance of the exchange, it is neutral, community-driven, and technically robust. And combine all that with redundant connectivities, local content, having CDNs to join, and also collaboration. Collaboration is very important in case of incident with local stakeholders, but also with regional and international stakeholders to make sure that we can have in case of incident, the infrastructure and services back to normal condition as close as soon as possible, as quickly as possible. And to conclude, I would like to pay tribute to one of our pioneers in Haiti, Stéphane Bruno, worked tirelessly to have this internet exchange point up and running today. Stéphane passed away 10 years ago, but what he has done for the internet ecosystem in Haiti through the internet exchange point, the local CCTLD, the internet community network, the fintech, mobile money and stuff has been tremendous, and we still now all the Asian and also folks in the Caribbean can experience the work that he has done. So thank you so much for your attention, and I will be available with the other member of the panels for your question and remarks. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. A great presentation there. At this time, we'll be now leaving Haiti and going over to Grenada. So at this time, I'd like to invite Mr. Timothy Scott to the podium as he prepares to make a presentation. All right, so while he steps up here, not yet, no. Mr. Scott is the CEO of the NRTC, who is a regulator in Grenada, bringing over 18 years of experience in the telecoms industry. He also plays a key role in national ICT activities, including the coordination and implementation of the Grenada Internet Exchange Point. Regionally, Mr. Scott continues to contribute through Spectrum Management Development as a vice chair of the Caribbean Spectrum Management Task Force, supporting collaborative efforts to strengthen spectrum governance, regional coordination, and ICT initiatives that promote digital transformation across the Caribbean. At this time, please help us welcome Mr. Scott. Over to you, sir.
Okay, special good morning to everyone. So, I think my name been said, Timothy Scott. So before being presented me as CEO of the NTRC, with 18 years of experience, it's just 4 years I'm the CEO. Used to be the telecoms engineer at the NTRC. So before I start the presentation, I would like to say Grenada is one of the smallest English-speaking country right to the end of the Caribbean. And if anyone know more about Grenada, although we are small, we always tend to revolutionize or start most of the things in the Caribbean. As I use the word revolutionize, I see some people smile. So I don't know if everybody knows Grenada was part of the revolutionary government as well too in the Caribbean, only English-speaking country to have a revolutionary government as well. So we like revolutionizing, right? So speaking of the NTRC is a regulator, and we support government in implementing policies and the development of the telecommunication industry in the interest of having a sustainable development, right? Besides that, we do have our we play a strategic role in developing the Grenada digital landscape as well. Right. So before I speak of the Internet Exchange Point in Grenada, knowing that NTRC managed the Internet Exchange Point, NTRC is the only NTRC within the 5 ECTEL member states which manage the top-level domain name, which is .gd as well. So we are able to manage the .gd, manage JREX. So you can see NTRC is assisting in terms of shaping Grenada digital landscape. So I speak a little of the chronology of the IXP. First of all, I would like to say thanks to the master, our pioneer, Mr. Bevel Woodens, back then in 2008, selling the idea of IXP in the Caribbean, the objective of it, the advantage of it, and so forth, which been mentioned in many presentations. So selling this to the NTRC decided, okay, we'll intervene with the government, develop the policy standpoint of implementing IXP in Grenada. So the NTRC initiated the deployment of IXP in Grenada by meeting with stakeholders. First of all, we started with the ISPs, selling the ideas to the ISPs to come on board, let us keep our traffic local. How can you reduce cost of having international bandwidth going back and forth from Miami back to the Caribbean? So we started the process. Starting the process, we look at cost as one of the main part of it to develop IXP. No, inception we were thinking that, IXP, like in terms of equipment, not realizing one switch could have get the work done. So with the help of PCH I guess, members of PCH is in the room here today. So thanks very much as well too. We started coordinating with PCH as well, who assist in terms of providing the equipment. And therefore, we started to go online, deploying that IXP. I know Brent is online. So the IXP did not really, with avocation of IXP in Grenada by Bevel and the help of PCH, is not really provided us with a piece of equipment, but also assisted us in developing human resource. So we hear everyone speak of Brent McIntosh. Brent is my colleague. Brent is a commissioner of the NTRC as well too. And Brent been with the NTRC from inception when he would have provided rolling out IXPs. So our ISP was launched in Grenada on May 17th. We had done that together with World Telecommunication Day to recognize the World Telecommunication Day in Grenada in 2011. So after the launch of the IXP, there was a next phase as well. We realized it's not about exchanging traffic alone, but also building content around the IXP. So NTRC took the initiative and they said, okay, well, we can have a tier 1, tier 2 data center, but we can have a small room and, put in our systems and start developing content around the IXP. So we had started developing content in a small room, having Akamai, Cloudflare, to name a few, started around that area. But between 2011 to 26, besides building content alone, we had developed capacity that we moved from a 1 gigabyte switch to a 100 gigabyte. So that could be able to assist in terms of creating more flow of traffic through the IXP. Okay, today, let us look at the ecosystem of GRX. GRX have 11 peering partners. And out of the peering partners, we have the ISPs, we had the Grenada government network. We also had the financial sector, which I could speak about. The financial sector is only our local bank in Grenada, who we sell the idea to as well too, and decide, okay, we will pair the IXP, we'll try to keep everything local. Not really as a bank that belongs to Grenada, but also a bank who decide we should keep everything local as well too. So we have the Grenada Cooperative Bank decide to pair the IXP as well. Then with the data center, as I spoke before, between the time of having that small data center, the government and the CASI project had built out a tier 1 data center. So we decided to create redundancy. We decided we can't really keep on one switch and have it in a small room. So we decided to create some redundancy to make sure that our data keep local. So therefore, we operate at the NTRC and at that data center as well too. We would like to thank some of the content delivery network like Akamai, Cloudflare, and so forth, who is hosting at our facility as well too. So I don't want to go as far as some of the operational gains, because it's something that speaks over and over in terms of low latency. We have data security, keeping traffic local, develop content around it, the development of human resources, and so forth. The traffic route, Dr. Claire spoke about it in terms of, removing from the international transit from Miami and keep it local. So here I have a graph showing some of the traffic on a monthly basis that we'll receive, that go through the IXP. And you will see here that we have a peak of roughly about 29 gigs. I realized Jamaica presentation was talking about 5 gig, which is, we are 3-4 times traffic going through our IXP. This is a weekly one, so I just keep that. And here, the economic impact of it is that it's to reduce international bandwidth, lower ISP operational expenditure, and we encourage content delivery to be at our network. Let us look at digital sovereignty. and our digital sovereignty is generally how in Grenada that we keep control of everything. So as I said, we manage the IXP, we manage that GD. So therefore, we are support in e-government service, financial services, data services. So what we started doing recently is encouraging entrepreneurs or some of the local industry to please, you can collocate your servers at the NTRC or the data center, because what we try to do is make sure that you have redundancy and able to have disaster recovery. So that is something we started doing for the past 2 years. And also we look at the growth of local content. In conclusion, you can say GREX will demonstrate local peering as a delivers measurable benefit in operational, economical, and also is a foundation of our digital sovereignty for our nation. So therefore, GREX is not just a technical infrastructure, it's a critical pillar to Grenada's digital future. Thank you very much. And
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. So how many countries have you visited so far in this Caribbean road trip that we're on? All right, so at this point in time, we're going to be stopping in Jamaica. Our next presenter will be Jaron Van Gelderen, otherwise known as Slim. He will be speaking of the Jamaican experience, and I can clearly say I wish every country had a Slim, a customer who knows what's going on and is attentive to changes in the network topology, and especially in terms of what an IXP can deliver. He is a seasoned IT practitioner with over 35 years of experience across a wide range of technical projects. He's an IT consultant, and he has his own firm, JVG Consulting Limited. And what he brings is out-of-the-box thinking with broad international experience and a thorough understanding of the local environment, delivering improved reliability, security, and uptime metrics for customers. Please, welcome Jaron.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I must admit I feel a little bit out of place here among this esteemed public. Gordon invited me to comment a little bit on the experience with the Jamaican IXP when it was still mostly operational. And so perhaps I should start out with a quick word on who I am and why am I here on this stage. So I was born in Holland in the Netherlands. In 1999, I migrated to Anguilla, British West Indies. From there, I went to the Bahamas. And in 2008, I first set foot in Jamaica. And I didn't leave. Because Jamaica, as a national slogan, we say, out of many, one people. And that is something that I've experienced firsthand, personally, and I thank you for that. So I apologize for my attire. It's not very intelligent to spill a cup of tea on your trousers before you have a presentation. I hope you'll forgive me for this. I wrote up a few points to talk about, right? And unfortunately, what I realized, or perhaps fortunately, over the past 2 days, speakers systematically sniped the points, the profound points I was going to make. And I don't necessarily want to repeat what other people have already said better than I could ever have, right? So a little bit of my background. I'm a bit of a jack of all trades, master of none, maybe master of some. My background is in IT and electrical engineering. And when I moved to the Caribbean in 1999, and since that time, my job has essentially been to keep infrastructure up and running 24/7, 365. In the face of, as we know in the Caribbean, challenging issues with utilities, be that light or water or internet. And so when I came here in 2008, I spent 6 months in Kingston, and I don't like sitting on my hands, so I found myself a job in Montego Bay, second city in Jamaica. And I got the opportunity to work for a call center, an online sportsbook and casino, to operate at a call center. And we're also one of the few operations in Jamaica that actually operated a website. We actually hosted our website in Jamaica. as you can imagine, that's a little bit more of a challenge than simply utilizing the internet, accessing websites abroad. In our particular case, we had customers from abroad, Europe, the Americas, South America, all trying to access web servers that we were hosting in Jamaica for reasons of digital sovereignty, because as an online sportsbook and casino, we were required to keep the database locally. Cloud was not necessarily that prevalent in 2008, but certainly the regulators wouldn't want us to just dump our customer databases in the cloud. And I must say it has been a little bit of a roller coaster. In 2008, when we first came to Jamaica, when I was in Kingston here, DSL was the prevalent way of connecting. Flow had started rolling out their HFC network, and everybody was switching over in droves. And then I moved, after 6 months in Kingston, I moved to Montego Bay. And in Montego Bay, we did not have Flow HFC. What we had was DSL connections, usually about 128 kilobits, billed at 4 megabits. This obviously poses challenges because people want to work from home, people need to VPN in, and it becomes a bit of a challenge when your network connectivity is slow or your network connectivity is not quite available. So it has been a bit of a roller coaster in Jamaica. Flow came in, started competing, network services improved in quality substantially. And I would brag to my friends abroad to say, listen, our internet connectivity here is just as good as we would get in Rotterdam and Holland. It's serviceable, it works. And then unfortunately the roller coaster took a little bit of a ride down because we all woke up to the news one day and said, hey, our competition now has resulted in a new monopoly. And sorry, whereas before you had 2 choices for landline provision, you now only have 1. And unfortunately, in the western part of Jamaica, that hit a little bit harder than it did in Kingston, because here in Kingston, Digicel launched its fiber to the home service and competition kind of revived. And whereas in Montego Bay, we found ourselves in a problematic situation where we did not have a choice of providers, and we ended up having technical issues that in many cases took a long time to resolve. And so it was really exciting to see that, as Gordon already indicated, in 2014, the Jamaica Internet Exchange was introduced. And this allowed us to create a better environment for our remote workers. Because if you are running a business in Montego Bay, you will have to buy your internet connectivity from, at the time, Flow. And when you have multiple remote workers that live in Jamaica and elsewhere that do not necessarily reside on the Flow network, they may reside on a Digicel network, they may be on a mobile network. The problem is then that in many cases we introduce a lot of latency. And I don't know if we have a slide here for the technical team. Unlike the esteemed people here, I did not really make a slide deck, but I figured I'd bring one particular picture here. This is a graph I pulled this morning out of one of my clients' equipment in St. Anne's Bay. And what we're seeing here is this St. Anne's Bay location has 2 internet connections, a landline as well as a Starlink, and it is connected to a hub site that has 3 internet connections, a Flow, a Digicel, and a Starlink. And as you can see in this particular graph, at the bottom, we have a beautiful picture of latency. Well under 10 milliseconds. If you are working from home, and this represents your connectivity to a virtual desktop environment, you're going to have a pleasant experience. There's virtually no packet loss, although this graph doesn't show it. And that is what you get if traffic stays local. And what this graph shows is that traffic doesn't always stay local. The bottom part of this graph indicates traffic that flows from Digicel to Digicel in this particular case. And the lines above indicate either Flow to Starlink connectivity or Digicel to Starlink connectivity. And as you can see, that very quickly your latency will go from an optimal 10 or so milliseconds, which is appropriate for Jamaica, and there's no reason why it should be more. What we see is when the traffic starts transiting from Jamaica to the United States and then comes back to Jamaica, we incur extra latency, we incur extra jitter, and generally speaking, the customer experience is negatively affected. And when we have an IXP environment, as the various presenters have indicated, where internet providers actually want to peer, actually in practice do peer, we can improve our network connectivity. My apologies. Liberty called me. Maybe I said something bad, right? And so absent an IXP, that is actually what this picture shows. Absent an IXP that is actually in use, absent actual peering happening at the IXP, this is the experience that unfortunately prevails in Jamaica, because we cannot rely on both a business and its remote workers being on the same network. We cannot expect that when a business, thank you, Flo, appreciate it. I'll call back. Now, of course, I lost my train of thought here, right? So let's have a look at the notes. Exactly, I want to chip in, right? So this graph actually is what I kind of wanted to pin my entire talk on, and it's Liberty. If anybody is watching, I'll call you back. We really appreciate it. So the graph here shows exactly what we do not want in Jamaica. This graph illustrates, I think, perfectly, and I can't speak for the esteemed public here, but I think this graph shows precisely why we are actually having this initiative, certainly persistent. Right. And it's the same person. It's my fantastic Flow account manager. We haven't always been on good terms with Flow, but I have a brilliant account manager, and I can only speak highly of her. No. Percent. So, I don't know, 6 times is a charm, I suppose, right? So I don't really want to waste too much of everybody's time. There are plenty of people in this room that can present a message a lot better than I ever can. But what we're hoping for is that as a result of this conference and the renewed energy that we are actually seeing brought to bear on this, that hopefully next year, if I'm allowed on stage, these graphs will look a lot better. Hopefully we will find that our ISPs have found the willingness and the ableness to peer with each other so that our traffic does not transit through the United States and comes back. And why is that important? Well, we've already stressed that. Several people have made a point that from a perspective of national sovereignty, it's not just about quality of service, it's not about the customer experience, it's also national sovereignty. Why would you route your traffic through a remote country that may or may not align with your own politics, right? There's also, as the gentleman here pointed out, when it comes to natural disasters, Jamaica is still in a very precarious position. The vast majority of our off-island connectivity goes over subsea fibers. And we have been lucky, and knock on wood, those fibers have not failed while I have been in Jamaica since 2008. But as we are planning for disasters, it's not a matter of if there will be a major outage on the subsea network, it's a matter of when. And we've had recent examples, I think in December of last year, major sabotage that did not affect the underwater fiber, but it affected the core network connecting both Digicel and Flow to the transmission station that sends all of our traffic to the United States. And that's what happens in cases like that. Wow. In cases like that, what happens is that almost the entire country comes to a standstill. And we, in fact, see newspaper articles, and we see people complaining on the WhatsApp about sabotage. And what we realize in a situation like that is that we are only one fiber cut away from a multi-week, potentially multi-week, network quality issues. And this has changed a little bit. Of course, the OUR has graciously allowed Starlink to come to Jamaica. I believe that they've gotten a lot of flack for that decision. I'm a big supporter myself, not only because in Western Jamaica we went through Hurricane Melissa, and Starlink really saved the day. It has saved, literally has saved lives. It has made possible for businesses to reopen and serve the customers. It made it possible for certain businesses to write prescriptions online, which is not possible without network issues, without the necessary network access. And so I guess in closing, I just wanted to express that I'm very excited to see that this is now on the national agenda, that these matters of national resiliency and national security, as well as quality of service and affordability for our internet users in Jamaica, that these issues are now on the national agenda, and that they seem to be, it seemed that we've grabbed the bull by the horns and we've decided to actually make some changes. And I think that is very important. As I said, there's a lot of people that have made points a lot better than I have. I guess in closing, I wanted to have a quick look at my personal wish list. As I said, this graph, I hope next year it's going to look a lot better. One way that will happen is, for instance, if we make sure that Starlink builds an Earth station here in Jamaica, and that Earth station should be connected to the Jamaica IXP. Because we're currently finding ourselves in a position where if the off-island connectivity that Digicel and Flow rely on is interrupted, then I at home with my Starlink dish, I'm online, I'm browsing the web, I'm using the cloud, I can do anything I want. But what I cannot do is I cannot set up a VPN connection to my Flow endpoint in my office. I cannot do a point-to-point connection to a Digicel GPON in Ocho Rios. And the only reason that that is not possible is that we have not created the linkages between the networks. And our IXP is in an ideal position to facilitate this and to make sure that no matter what happens to our national infrastructure, whether it is geopolitics or whether it's national disasters, that when these failures occur, that we at least maintain a modicum of connectivity. Sure, you will not be able to access AWS US East 1, where half of the internet is hosted, right? But at the very least, there should be no reason why a VPN from Ocho Rios to Kingston ceases to work, because there's no reason for that traffic to actually leave Jamaica. And so I hope that come next year, we'll have more exciting news, maybe an Earth station from Starlink, maybe the big providers will have decided to peer on the IXP. Perhaps at that time, Amazon will also have launched this constellation. Hopefully, Jamaica can benefit from that as well. There too, it'd be important that that new infrastructure connects to the IXP. And that is going to ensure that for all of us in Jamaica, and I think the Caribbean in general, that we are less dependent on forces outside of our control for what amounts to critical national infrastructure. And lastly, I would like to add a little note as well, because I come to you from Montego Bay, from the back of bush, if you will, right? Because, and I don't mean to insult anybody here, right? But the reality of the matter is that in many cases in Jamaica, we look at the corporate area and we concentrate a lot of our engineering efforts and a lot of infrastructure on the corporate area. And anything outside of the corporate area often is a bit of an afterthought. And I kind of wanted to caution a little bit, because by having all of this important infrastructure centralized in Kingston, if we are not careful, we're going to find ourselves in a position where a major disruption in the Kingston area, which we all hope is not going to happen, but if it does happen, we find that all of our critical national infrastructure goes to a central choke point. And we find that if Kingston gets hit, the rest of Jamaica is also entirely offline. So I hope that as part of this national reinvigorated push to develop our national infrastructure, that we are also going to be careful to make sure that we spread it out. We do not create a single point of failure. We should probably start thinking about building a POP, a point of presence, somewhere in the Western Jamaica. And maybe that's Montego Bay, maybe that's Mandeville, but somewhere that is not going to be affected simultaneously with any big outages that affect Kingston. And that is especially important. We've heard that the new fiber is being considered for Jamaica, the TAM1 network. And there too, logically speaking, it's running to the east of Jamaica. So logically speaking, we're going to get a landing point somewhere in Kingston. But that is going to add more to that single point of failure that we are slowly and perhaps unintentionally developing. And so hopefully that is something that can be taken into consideration. And then lastly, we all know that when it comes to internet problems, it's always DNS. And I'm glad to hear that, for instance, in the case of the Haiti IXP, and this may also be the case in Jamaica, I'm not sure, but at least in Haiti, we have made sure that the DNS infrastructure is also connected to the IXP. And that means that when there is no off-island connectivity, we can still do some modicum of local DNS resolution. And the reason I bring this up is because during the most recent outages, I think the most recent was in December of 2025, where both Flow and Digicel suffered a major sabotage incident. What we found in Jamaica is that we don't have DNS access. And so, man, this is commitment. Somebody needs to give Jojo a raise here because this is impressive. So, ladies and gentlemen, I thank you for your time. That is all I really had to say. I'm excited to see what's going to come next.
All right, thank you very much. That's Mr. Slim. As I said, every island should have one. And he's there batting for Western resilience. I love that. So at this time, we're moving over to the country that has given the world Afrobeats, or at least a major contributor. We'll now be having two presenters from Nigeria. We'll begin with Mr. Gerald Lukwe. I hope I get that right. He's an experienced IT and digital transformation professional. He has a career that spans over 35 years, being a pioneer CEO of both Galaxy Backbone, the ICT company of the federal government of Nigeria, and Microsoft Nigeria, overseeing West Africa. His career also spans Motorola Solutions, SAP, and ABM. So he'll be with us. He's also has been involved in critical areas of development of the national cybersecurity policy and strategy for Nigeria, and advises the Nigeria Governors Forum on digital domestic revenue mobilization. So at this time, we'll have Mr. Lukwe, and he'll be followed by Mr. Obi Asika. He's the Director General of the NCAC, that's the Nigeria National Council for Arts and Culture. So he is Mr. Culture. He is there. He has been a judge on the popular Nigerian Idol TV show, and he has also had great impact on the creative sector. So at this time, we'll begin with Mr. Ilukwe, followed by DG Obi Asika. So over to you, gentlemen.
Right. Thank you. Hello, everybody. from across the seas. It's a pleasure to present here and to participate in CaribNOG. In fact, when Obi sent this across to me, I said, oh, wow, this is a rather short notice. How do I get to Jamaica? I said, no, it's virtual. I said, the point is that I've been wanting to go to Jamaica for a while. So anything I see Jamaica picks me, gets me going. But yeah, all the same, I hope this is the beginning of the journey and we'll finally end up somewhere in Jamaica. I don't think there's any Nigerian in my age bracket that has grown up and hasn't had a desire to be in the Caribbean, especially Jamaica. So I want to talk about the evolution of the Internet Exchange Point of Nigeria, IXPN, and hopefully offer some insights to CaribNOG and the Jamaica IXP in particular. I've done quite a few things in IT in and out of the private sector, public sector. In addition to what I do, I'm also the Chief Information Officer for the Abia State government at the moment for just short of 2 years now. Abia State is one of the 36 states of Nigeria and has one of the commercial hubs of Nigeria in a city called Aba, a state of 5 million people. So that's it. Just a very brief background to myself and what I do at the moment. I mean, we all know that globally, the internet is a critical driver for the economy, and none less than Nigeria. It's incredible how both large and small businesses have pivoted to the internet, and the IXP has, of course, helped reduce costs and improve internet performance, because what we've been able to do with the digital economy, among other things, is a lot of intra-country trade and commerce and interaction. And so the IXPN becomes more critical. Local digital services, whether it's in entertainment or in trade or commerce and the creative industry. So that's it for an introduction. You can see the graph here shows you the exponential rise in internet traffic, local internet traffic, driven by the IXPN. It's a non-profit limited by guarantee company, and so they reinvest all their profit. The mission is to improve internet performance in Nigeria. We've spoken about local content hosting, and more significantly, reduce dependency on international connectivity. This is a legacy of our colonial past, where everything in Africa went to London or went to Paris before it came back to wherever. I mean, you need to speak to your neighbor in the 60s, to speak to your neighbor in Ghana, you'd have to be switched from London. Meanwhile, Ghana is a 40-minute flight away from Nigeria. So all that is changing. And in IXPN of Nigeria is also designated as a regional hub for internet traffic in West Africa. So this interaction with CaribNOG would also, at the end, I would show you that I would expect this to also drive our own direct connections as well, without having to go through Europe or North America. So yeah, we have a few milestones in the journey of the IXPN. One, of course, is the initial launch in Lagos 20 years ago in 2006. We've expanded to multiple locations beyond Lagos to Abuja, which is the political capital, Port Harcourt and Enugu, which is the southeast of Nigeria, Kano and Gombe, which is to the north of Nigeria. So we have a pretty even spread across the country of 200 million people in terms of sub-national exchange points, and then within our own local exchange structure. We have a huge growth in connected networks, not just from mobile network operators, but from also ISPs and other providers. We have traffic now that is at, I think, about 4 terabits per second. And of course, we have international recognition of the Nigerian communications and digital markets across the board. Next, please. Okay, so what's the technical and economic impact of having the internet exchange point in Nigeria? Of course, we all know it's about reduced latency for Nigerian internet users, a significant reduction in bandwidth costs. Interestingly enough, I was listening to the previous presenter who was talking about the initial bandwidth costs in Jamaica. In Nigeria, I ran a government company called Galaxy Backbone. I started about 20 years ago. And at that point in time, we were paying $8,800 per megabit of bandwidth. I think now it's about 100, 120. So that's how things have shifted significantly with the build out of local capacity, submarine cables, internet exchange points. Everything is, it's moving in a positive direction. Of course, we have improved network stability and redundancy. This has also encouraged massive investments in data centers. Data centers have taken off, carrier-neutral data centers have taken off. Now we have hyperscalers. In Nigeria who are catering to the needs of Facebook, Google, TikTok, and the rest of them. And of course, we have local cloud services coming out of these data centers and local hosting infrastructure. A few regulatory guidelines as well from the Nigerian Communications Commission and the Central Bank of Nigeria have also boosted the localization of traffic and content. And of course, some of the things are happening in North America with regards to the powers of the governments, or, where to get into anybody's servers. So everybody knows that beyond the economics and the technicality of it, there are also huge implications for national security and sovereignty. And that's why we all have to take our destinies into our hands. Okay, so we're talking about the entertainment and creative industry. The good thing, I don't know whether it's good or bad, is that my presentation is before OBs, but I can assure you that when OBs comes along, he will completely blow you away. He is just a master by any stretch of the imagination. You'll see what he has to offer. So today, Nollywood, I think, is the fourth largest, in terms of production, the fourth largest film industry globally. It's either the third or fourth. And we still have, we have rapid growth in music streaming, online comedy skits. I mean, this just every day there's a new person, there's a new content creator, YouTube creators, TikTok creators. And we also have podcasts and live streaming. These were, if you take a chronology of the evolution of technology and common its involvement in our day-to-day lives, you see that we've come in huge leaps and bounds over the last 10, 20 years. You wouldn't even believe anybody who's way back there 20 years ago and knows where we are today will say it's a crazy speed of light kind of development. So what have we got? We have faster HD film streaming for Nollywood, music platforms, of course, lower latency audio streaming, creators and influencers have faster uploads, live streams, and for most of them good, very few of them not so good, but most of them good. Now in the tech industry, we're actually having people going into gaming and esports in Nigeria. These are no longer exclusively imported, and you're able to achieve that with reduced latency, which improves playability, of course. Next, please. So what's the iXPN's impact on Nigeria's entertainment and content industry? So they're able to enable local hosting of local content, local caching of CDNs, content delivery networks, faster streaming of, it's one of the challenges we have in Nigeria is power, of movies and music, reduced buffering and downtime, lower data costs and platforms hosting content locally. All this result in improved user experience for video on-demand services, music streaming applications, live broadcasts, and virtual events. Yeah? And beyond that space, in the broader economic sector, we have job creation in ICT, media production, and digital marketing, especially for the youth demographic. As you may know, Africa has the highest demographic of youth in the world. So whereas Europe and Asia have a huge aging population, we have a huge youth population. And this is the area where they record the fastest job creation. And we're also encouraging startups in media tech, streaming services, and creative platforms. I'm sure Obi will have a lot to say about that. And I've spoken about Nigeria's digital sovereignty. We've implemented guidelines around digital sovereignty and data privacy protection. So what does the future look like? We will continue to, the IXPM will continue to expand to more Nigerian cities. Nigeria, like I said, is a country of 220 million people, and we have at least 20 cities with a population of 1 million citizens and above. So we will expect to get to those 20 beyond the 5 where we are at now. We'll have greater collaboration with more focused collaboration with creative industry stakeholders, tech startups, and of course the government agencies that shape policies and provide incentives for this growth. So we expect IXPN to act as a stronger foundation for Nigeria's digital creative economy. That's the future. Now, what about Nigeria and Jamaica and the Caribbean in general? We look forward to stronger collaboration. We should share knowledge, transfer knowledge on IXPs, what works with you, what doesn't work with you, where you are. I listened to the speaker from Haiti. I think plus minus 2 years, we're about on the same time trajectory. We've scaled quite a bit, of course, but just by the sheer population. We have 8 international submarine cables bringing in capacity of 40 terabytes. At the moment, we only use about 10 terabytes of that. So we expect to continue to eat up the capacity we have. I would like to see joint training and capacity building, maybe exchanges between CaribNOG, Peer Forum, and Nigeria. And then, of course, we share best practices on carrier neutrality and data digital governance in general. So in conclusion, and Obi will speak a whole lot more about this, with our shared heritage and culture, the Internet Exchange Point of Nigeria and Jamaica Internet Exchange Point, we should be collaborating directly. This is all about direct connections. You don't need to go to any other third-party grouping or organization to be able to work together. We should be able to work together just the same way we work towards having direct physical links like aviation and the rest of it. We have in Nigeria, we've significantly improved internet performance and affordability, and Internet Exchange Point plays a critical role in enabling entertainment, media in general, and content creation industries. So that's it, and thank you very much. It's been a pleasure and an honor. And as you can see, the road into the future is long, and there's we can keep going on and on and on. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. So it's now over to our second presenter from Nigeria, DG Asika. Are you ready?
Yes. Good afternoon over there. I'm right here. I'm ready. If you could bring up my slides, or maybe they could bring them up a bit bigger because I can't really read them. But first things first. Let me just first of all say it's a pleasure to be here and to thank the Jamaican High Commissioner in Nigeria, who actually first put me in touch with Gordon and him and his team at CaribNOG. I was also listening to some of the earlier presentations, and I found it very, very interesting. I just want to, write on what my brother Gerald Ilukwe has just said. And I have to say, I mean, when I was invited to be part of this thing, I was of the opinion that I should look for people like Gerald and a few others who for me, even though I do play the technology space and we see the connections, they really have been serious pioneers and leaders on this side. I would just like to further support and enhance what he said about the need for further collaboration. So just to go into this, I think that, the first slide is pretty much, you can see what it says. On the second slide, the basic bottom line that I wanted to talk about really is about the creative side and the content. And of course, the internet exchange protocols and platforms have totally changed the possibilities and capabilities for all of us. I think the first message is really that culture is not a one-way transmission, it's a loop. For us, we come from the premise that everything originates from the continent, but then as people left the continent, they took with them their culture, their medicine, their knowledge about herbs, about agriculture, about all sorts of things, which are not normally communicated in the narratives that are told about that period. But every single place the African arrived, they affected everything that was happening in those places. And in those places, they also, this is primarily through culture, right? Because dislocation had caused a situation where language was used as a weapon to separate people, but rhythm and music and melody actually was able to enable people to come together. And one of the things that we see is that what we've seen, which I think a lot of people don't know or maybe are not aware of so much, is that the Black Atlantic has something like 250 years of two-way traffic, of stuff happening from the, if you go to the next slide, please, then I can sort of talk a bit more about that. So, and this is where you're talking about, I'm just looking back, for example, the impact of Jamaica. I'm at the age where I can tell you that I grew up, you can probably hear from my accent, I grew up in the UK, and every single time you stepped anywhere, you'd be asked if you're Jamaican, you'd be asked if you're a Rasta, why don't you have dreads? And it was only when I got old and I really understood the concept of soft power and culture and how it moves, and just to think about how this little nation of 3 million people with a big diaspora for sure, was actually able to imprint its brands and its lifestyle across the entire globe. Pre-social media, pre-digital media, pre any of the things we're talking about today. Reggae, Mali, dancehall, Rasta, all of these things were global by 1980, right? And I think that in itself is a testimony to Jamaica and all the Jamaicans and the Caribbean. And I think that just has to be said. We would love to salute that, because I think it's something that has inspired the entire Black world. If you go to the next one, the next slide, you see what I'm saying there is like, in terms of the Caribbean soft power playbook, nobody waited for permission. They didn't wait for infrastructure. They built the culture first, then the internet came later. So you have the sound as infrastructure. Like I said, there were peer-to-peer networks. I can use a lot of technical and technology language to actually explain what is happening in the culture and in the lifestyle. And if you look at this one slide, then I hope you can agree with me and understand that diaspora from Africa has acted as a massive amplification and distribution layer between the sort of what I call the diaspora and the global Africans for at least 250 years, where things move almost like code through our communities. And when I was growing up as a kid, you would hear or see a new dance style from Jamaica literally every week of the year. But we didn't have access to Jamaican television, but the dance steps were still getting to Lagos, they were still getting to Enugu, they were still getting to Accra, they were getting everywhere there were Black people. And I think this is something that the Black world really has to step up and sort of celebrate what Jamaica and the Caribbean already achieved with these cultural imprints and how they did it. And if you go to the next slide, please. So so I would say this exchange didn't begin with Spotify today, it began with ships, struggle, and survival. And if you just see the places that we're talking about here, I don't know how much you know about, this is Jamaica with Sierra Leone and the Caribbean, the Saros, as we call them. There's Freetown in Sierra Leone and Monrovia in Liberia were amongst the 2 points where returning Africans came back to after they earned their freedom. And you will see this across a lot of West Africa. And then they also came into Lagos. And the same thing, this is from the early 1800s. You also see this with a huge amount of them coming back from Brazil. Today, out of the 200 to 300 million Brazilians, I think Brazil has the most Africans and African descendants outside the continent, over 100 million. 1 in 2 Black Brazilians is Nigerian descent, principally Yoruba with some Edo and Igbo mixed into that. But also the Cuban connection that I've mentioned here. And of course, Jamaica, you may not know it, but the first newspapers out of Nigeria were done by returned Jamaican music coming into Ghana and into Nigeria in the early 20th century is the beginning of West African pop contemporary music. That music was known as high life, but it's really coming from the calypso and the sounds coming from Jamaica across the ships. And that comes back through, and then that evolves. And that's what I'm talking about, the continuous loop, where today we have Afrobeats on a massive global run, but Afrobeats is really the first cousin of hip hop and dancehall and reggae. And if you look at this two-way flow, this single chart, the next slide, you can see about what we're talking about in terms of just the source, the transformations, and then the return, right? And at this point in time where we are in 2026, I believe strongly we're the beginning of the African century and the African majority. And in that way, we are able to control our narratives, share our content, build our stories, and empower and enhance ourselves and each other and our global diaspora. And just as Gerald said, you know, we begin to understand that the first people we need to look to everywhere is our own people. Because, not just because they're our own people, but also because of their experience, their talents, their communication, their understanding of technology, and the positioning that that affords us today. Because still, that Black underground, that code that moves our culture is still functioning even as it was pre-social media. But of course, as you know, on every single digital platform, Black people have a way of reinventing and tweaking these things, such as Black Twitter and the rest of it. Next slide, please. Hold on. So yeah, so we're talking, what I'm saying here, basically, I think the slide speaks for itself. Just talking about the world music family tree and the enormous impact of Africans on that. As I said earlier, everywhere the Africans arrived, they changed everything. And nowhere is that more evident than in the sounds that you hear and the rhythm and the energy and the passion that is brought from Africa into the rest of the new world. And this now transforms everything in all these places and changes those soundscapes to create all these genres of music, some of which today are called pop, rock, but they are actually all coming from the same source at the same time. So for us, I don't think Black music influenced the world. I think the world is governed by Black music. It's just a function of who's controlled the economic levers and who's controlled, you know, the ownership of the platforms and of the sounds themselves. And now in terms of, as I mentioned earlier, the Caribbean and its global moments with reggae, dancehall, reggaeton, right, Red Stripe, all these global things that came out of the Caribbean, you know, the agudas from Brazil, the architecture that we see in Lagos and Sierra Leone and Accra that is connected to the Brazil and the Portuguese, the Afro-Cuban music and sounds that were feeding Lagos in the 60s with Fela Kuti, and that revolution that ended up in Afro beats with Fela Kuti, and then Carnival as an exportable cultural IP project model. When we see the Carnival in Rio or in Bahia or in Salvador, we are seeing Nigerian culture. We're seeing the Orishas, we're seeing the Yoruba gods. When we see Carnival in Jamaica and Trinidad, we're seeing extensions and expressions of Igbo culture, the masquerades, the praise singing, the call and response. These are connections that I think not only are they real and they've been there forever, but now we have to build on them intentionally. And right now with Africa, as I said, on the right-hand side, we can see that on the creative production side, yes, the Africans are coming to the party and coming to the table at this point in time. And of course, all of these things are driven by infrastructure. If you go to the next slide, this now is speaking to what this slide is about, the infrastructure that unlocks the Renaissance. Maybe you have the wrong slide, the wrong thing up there. So the slide you have, I have a slide that's basically talking about what Gerald was talking about vis-a-vis the infrastructure, the internet, the IXP, the Internet Exchange P of Nigeria, and all the different subsea lines and internet capacity that has been built over the last 20 years. It's absolutely enormous. And things that has led to this massive amount of content that Nigerian creators, Nigerian musicians are pushing out, to the extent where in 2025, we see something like 30 billion streams just on Spotify out of their 500 music DSPs. But on Spotify alone, we have 30 billion streams of Afrobeats, one of the biggest growing genres in the world. On YouTube, we have over 20 billion views of our content in 2025 and in 2024, sorry. And this is, again, something that all of these things are driven, the digital platforms, they're driven by that. This slide that you have, which I should speak to, is also about the scale of what is happening in Nigeria right now in terms of the size of the creative economy, the opportunity that it presents, and what else is coming. Please go to the next slide. So yeah, basically the Internet Exchange Point is not just a technical facility, it's also creative policy, because we all know what it, without it and what it does. So obviously we are now in a situation, and we are now building a situation with government policy. We're working with telcos and fintechs in Nigeria to try to build domestic digital platforms that we're trying to launch to enable a monetized environment for our people. In Nigeria, there's something like about 125 million Nigerians who have active mobile subscription. So obviously we're in a marketplace where we have big traffic, big numbers, but beyond that, we're really trying to push global as well, because we know that our footprint is almost everywhere. The soft power brand for Nigeria is called Nigeria Everywhere, because of the fact that if you are Nigerian, what we always talk about in Nigeria is that 1 in 4 Africans is Nigerian, 1 in 6 or 7 Black people anywhere in the world is of Nigerian descent. So everybody I meet, I say, welcome home. And especially when I'm dealing with Jamaica and the Caribbean, because this is our people. So for us now, I mean, if you go to the next slide, this is kind of like just an overview of the kind of things that we're trying to build in terms of building the infrastructure behind the culture. So on top level is the cultural content layer with Afrobeats, Nollywood, Nigerian fashion, food and heritage. There's so much more coming online: dance, theater, culture, podcasts, the creator economy layer, where we have a whole bunch of activities we're trying to get live, working with telco partners, global learning people like the University of the Creative Arts in the UK, that's UCA there. The institutional layer, this is some of the work that we're doing out of our council. Some of our responsibilities include the Nigerian music industry. We're trying to create some governance to sort of create some sort of governance for the sector, and at the same time enable the sector to really grow exponentially. The payments and monetization rails, where just listed some of the big fintech companies in Nigeria, who, as we build our own domestic digital platforms and we embed these companies and ad serving platforms, then this enables us to maintain monetization and keep that monetization and that money flow in country. Next slide, please. So origins, and this is something I really wanted to talk to you guys about, just to announce it here, take an opportunity to talk about this that's coming soon from Nigeria. Origins is coming from us. And basically we're calling out and reaching out to everybody who feels connected to Africa. African descent, Afro-descendant, African, wherever you're from, every human being on the planet actually carries African DNA. Of course, we're talking to everybody who's willingly wanting to be part of this conversation. So origins is about social history. It's about being connected. It's about monetization, about permanence. I don't know about you, but when we were growing up, they kept trying to tell us that Africa had no history and that it couldn't be tracked. We had no languages, no written languages. We grew up and found out all of these things were false. Not only do we have history, we have one of the deepest histories on the planet. But what Origins is seeking to do is not just to bring the history alive, because it's also about user-generated content, but also to give platforms and opportunities for communities to connect globally. To give you an example, Nigerians, for the last 10 years, the remittances that Nigerians outside Nigeria have been sending back to Nigeria for the last 10 years are more than any foreign direct investment that has come into Nigeria. So that speaks to agency, that speaks to narrative, that speaks to control, and that speaks to the direction, I think, in which we are going and where we want to take everybody along with us. Next slide. So yeah, basically Africa and the Caribbean. I mean, just as Jared was saying, I think really there's a big opportunity for joint policy frameworks on the music exchange side and the culture exchange. There's a lot of work that we can do there on festivals and carnival. There's a lot of work that can be done there, both in the performative side and on the policy side with things like CANEX. I take the opportunity now through the High Commissioner, which I will do. And I'm sure that they will be at CANEX this year, the entire Caribbean, which will be in November 2026 in Lagos. So please, we're looking forward to welcome all of you. The Creator Skills Corridor, because obviously we think that we know the natural talent that sits in the Caribbean, both in music, sports, culture, and arts, and how to see how we can build those networks and those relationships to empower both sides. And then, of course, I've just talked about Origins, which is not just about mapping the full Black music diaspora, it's about mapping the full Black diaspora and the full experience of Black history, culture, and the rest of it. And Origins, as I said, was built for Black people because our story was stolen. It is offered to the world because our story is the world's story, permanent, immutable, ours. Science confirms that every human being on Earth carries African DNA. Origins remember this so the world never forgets. Thank you very, very much. It's been an absolute pleasure to be here. Looking forward to build forward. And thank you again, Gordon, for all your support. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. That was awesome. Connecting the dots, that's what I like. You know? That's what we want to see, you know.
Thank you.
Connecting and as critical enablers. Also, I must echo DG's Asika's commendation there of the Jamaican High Commission who facilitated this link. Many texts and messages, 1 o'clock in the morning, 2 o'clock in the morning. But as I said, once it's to be done, it can be done. So we have to get to it. So at this time, we will have our final presenter, a man of Africa also, a man of storied experience. He was the director of, is the director of government affairs at Packet Clearinghouse. And he has also served as CEO of AfriNIC, which is the regional internet register for Africa. And he has many other hats. He has a BSc in Information and Technology from the University of Rwanda, as well as an MBA from the MBA in International Business from Oklahoma Christian University. So at this time, we'd like to welcome Mr. Eddie Kaihura as he comes to us all the way from across the continent. So please, let's make him welcome.
I think this is safer. I'd like to greet you all. Coming from Rwanda is not an easy trip. When you add also different policies, it makes it even a bit more complicated. But nevertheless, I'd like to appreciate everyone who got very much involved into supporting me for this trip. As he said, I come from PCH, and I'd like to also commend Beville and Bill. I joined PCH officially in September 2025, so when I see all these things and people say, thank you, PCH, I'm like, okay. Actually, thank you, Beville, Bill, and all the others. It is an honor to walk on the shoulder or on the path that Giant have opened for us. I'm actually amazed at how much work PCH did in this region. I'm not going to say much about all these other hats. Today I'll speak more about the exchange point because this is where we're coming from. I'm actually one of the product also of CaribNOG, if you know CaribNOG, which is Africa Network Operators Group. When I joined the internet space in my career, I didn't know the power of community. And actually in CaribNOG, that's where I started getting training to understand, to better understand networking. At the time, we had consultants from Europe who would configure the routers after it switches off the screen. I don't know if you know what it is. Switching off the screen, then so that you cannot replace him. And this type of trainings helped us to be more exposed and to realize the power of community. And I can only encourage you to keep up what you're doing because eventually it allows you to make changes in your place. Now, I'm not going to mention the path of the exchange point. I think I'm going to tell you a few stories, because this is how I was told to speak about our experience. I'll tell you a few stories. And I don't have slides. So I have slides for the session in the afternoon, but this one was just stories. I don't need stories. I don't need slides for the stories. We started the exchange point in Rwanda, where I come from, and I've been involved both in Rwanda and some few experience on the continent. But in Rwanda, it was a project that started long ago, I think around 2003, from University of Sweden. They donated a switch. And eventually we had an exchange point that was not exactly well organized or well defined. And we had only 2 big players. And I was working with one of the players. Then we continued working with it. And one of the players was good with internet, while the others was good with mobile. And the one that had better internet had most of the content. And then eventually, the one that had better mobile had more of the eyeballs and on mobile. And eventually, at one point, I believe it doesn't happen in this side of the world, but on our side of the world, there was competition, very fierce competition that became a bit bloody. And as IT in charge of internet, there are times I would receive a call from my CEO to inform me that the internet exchange point link of ours, what was Rwandatel, is down. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying. I repeat. My CEO will inform me that the link to the exchange point is down. Normally, I should be the one informing him that the link to the exchange point is down. But I don't know if you understand what it says. Because MTN at the time was blocking the e-ones to the mobile, the retaliation was switch off the exchange point. And yeah, what do you do with the boss telling you to do that? So you switch off the exchange point. What it means, all the customers of MTN now have to crawl the entire world to come back and visit the government website and visit everything that is in Rwanda would just go down. So these are things that happened in my country, unfortunately. Then eventually, as I said, I'll emphasize on one element that I felt is also missing in some of this discussion. An exchange point is not necessarily, actually, it's not even a technical discussion. I think the technical bit of the exchange point is simple and small, and I'm going to emphasize on the human part. What humans can do for or against the exchange point. So eventually, there was fight among the operators, or the leadership of operators, and the regulator. You see, the exchange point was operational, it was working, but it didn't have all the policies that was required, or it didn't have all the policies around it, and the regulator said, this exchange point is not working. We need to first establish the policies and to make it work. But because my counterpart in MTN was a friend, the regulator decided that the exchange point that was currently operational was not good enough. And for this reason, it's going to switch off, or it's going to stop operating. And we would go to conferences where the regulator would say, we still need to implement an exchange point in our country. Now, there's one thing they forgot to tell us. They forgot to instruct us to switch off the switch. So the switch stayed up. We continued operational, and eventually we were informed of an opportunity with Afrinic, when I think ICANN was distributing some root servers, that we could apply for a root server in our country. The good thing is the CTO, Afrinic, was a friend, Nishal, who now is at PCH, and he tells me, Eddie, all you need is to have a website that shows the policies of the exchange point, that shows who is peering, that shows a graph of what you are doing. So literally, there was no requirement to say who is running the exchange point. So we had a very basic white page with blue links saying that this is the exchange point, these are the policies, this is how you connect, where you connect, which building it is, and this is the graph, and that's it. So this is our website, and we then asked for a root server, and we got a root server. You understand that we would go to meetings, and the regulator will still say there is no exchange point in the country. And when we say that, we'll sit lower in our chairs. So we had an exchange point that had managed to receive an instance of a root server, and during that discussion, Google says, can we also bring a caching server in the country? I say, yeah, we are welcome to bring a caching server. So we had a caching server in the country with, you'll understand what they call a black market exchange point. So people would not know that, some people knew that there's an exchange point, but we will go in official meetings and there's no exchange point. They'll say, we still need to make the policies for this exchange point to come to life, and yet we had an exchange point that was generating traffic just because people decided that we're not going to switch it off. We are going to keep it up and we're going to continue to run it until the lead of regulation changed, and it was a friendlier person that we actually went to. And actually the previous regulator had one problem. His problem was, you are not going to run, because we wanted to run both the exchange point and the CCTLD. And you'd say, you are not going to run this critical infrastructure, not having, this critical infrastructure is not going to be run by volunteers. We want to have a proper organization. Actually, they decided they're going to put a team in the regulations office, which they never completed it. So when the new regulator came, we went back to him and say, you have taken, and that we were pushing for the redelegation of the CCTLD, which was managed outside of the country, which is another sovereignty issue that some of you have. But it's okay, let me talk about our story. Let me talk about our story. So eventually, the regulator says, you know what? If you need this, actually we'll sponsor you. So he used money from the Universal Access Fund to allow us to recruit people, which was a valid point. We recruited people who would go to work every day from 9 to 5 to take care of the CCTLD and the exchange point. Of course, the exchange point didn't need much of support. Then I told him, but beside the CCTLD, there's also the exchange point. And he asked me, your exchange point, is it working? I say, yes. Okay, let's not talk about it. Continue to run the way it is. Let's fix the problem that we have for the country. So this is how we managed to continue running an exchange point until, I think it's only clarified 10 years ago. But I think from 2003, we ran, how you say, ghost exchange point, but a working one. So it was working. We managed to get a route. We had the website. The only thing you'll not find on that website is who runs it. You will never show that who runs the exchange point. And we managed to keep local traffic local. To anyone who needed to connect knew where to connect, because we had this situation, this event where people would know who's behind this. And yeah, so I think this is part of the story that we shared. And one thing that I felt was also important is I was there when I was working as a consultant for ISOC when there was an Axis project to implement exchange points in Africa. And we went country by country, and it was a project supported by the African Union. And what they did very well was to listen to some of the ideas that the technical community, I think one of you here mentioned the collaboration between the technical community and the governments. And I believe yesterday I saw that my colleague from ISOC mentioned how Africa went from a very low number of exchange points to a big number of exchange points. It was a concerted effort from multiple stakeholders, and I believe that what you're doing here is important to see more and more exchange points coming to life, but it will not be just one side that's going to achieve it. Not the government alone, not the technical community alone. It really needs to be a concerted effort, and I believe that you have all it takes to be able to achieve that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, so at this time, I think we have a shortened question and answer. All right. All right, so I see a few hands here. Go ahead. Any mic on the floor?
Thank you. Good afternoon again, everyone. All right, so I had a question for Mr. Slim. I'm wondering if you're able to answer me, or if someone in the room is able to answer me. But having heard such excellent stories from such a varying panel, it was really a diverse set of stories, and yet one thing remained true, that having a local IXP is critical and extremely important. One thing that I wanted to ask is, what exactly happened to the first launch? Why was it not sustained? And what are we doing now to ensure that A, we understood why it wasn't sustained, and B, we're mitigating against those issues so that it is a sustainable launch this time?
Yeah, so unfortunately, I'm really not qualified to answer that question. I'm a user of the IXP, so I think Mr. Gordon probably will have something to say on that subject. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I think thanks. That's a great question. And I think for us, what we need to appreciate is that the IXP is not, the OER is not CaribNOG, it's all of us. And I think if we raise our collective voices, and more importantly, because in terms of even Jaron here, how we ended up here was because every time the link went down, he made noise. He allowed his voice to be heard, right? So that's the thing for all of us. We need to understand that this is about national development. This is about, moving forward. And the thing about it is that we have to educate ourselves and on that basis move forward. So in terms of, moving, as you raised it, about sustainability, that's why we're here today, having this forum, and what we're doing, we'll continue to have various levels of engagement going forward. So thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Albert Daniels from ICANN. Your last speaker mentioned terms like CCTLD and root servers, and I think Slim mentioned the importance of making your DNS robust, resilient, and secure. Perhaps either or both of you can just mention some of the steps that you have taken to strengthen your DNS operations.
Thank you. So I would say for us in Rwanda, what we did, of course, up to 2012, the domain was run outside of the country. And the moment it was run in the country, of course, it was important to have an instance of root server, one or multiple, because if the internet is cut, the first query goes to the root server to find where's the top level domain. And if you don't have a root server in country, then you are cut, whatever you have in your country. Then we had our own, once we did the redelegation, we had at least had one instance of the root server, of the CCTLD, the .rw, for you it will be .gm or .bb, depending on the country you're coming from, in country, but of course you also have to have a copy outside. Then eventually we had the support from PCH that runs a big, wide Anycast DNS infrastructure that allows the .rw to be present all over the place where they have the infrastructure, or now where we have the infrastructure. So at that time, we were working with PCH, so it was one of the good decisions we made. And also, of course, having this, as I say, I want to come back to human beings, because at the time when we didn't have this type of infrastructure in country, we would not develop people who would understand how to manage this type of thing. So it's very important that as you grow along, and it's not technologies that are too complicated, I'm sure engineers in all of our country can do that, and I think this is what I could share. Thank you.
You want to say something? All right, so I think at this time, we'll close the session. I want to thank everyone who participated, all our presenters, especially our presenters who connected remotely, because we know how it can be when you're connected remotely. So it was a good discussion. I hope we learned a lot, and I believe we'll now hand back over to our moderator. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you very much. I am sure, like me, you found that discussion, the panel discussion, very informative from the Caribbean perspective, and further afield we heard the Nigerian and Rwandan perspectives. So we're going to start serving lunch in the interest of time, but to make up some additional time, because the more I think I'm making up time, I'm kind of losing time. It's a revolt. Yeah, called Bureau Standards. Where are you, Terrence? So we're going to go back to Brent, because Brent, I hope you understand patois when I know you're online when I say your name called up enough today. Your name has been called a lot today. So Brent, are you there? Is Brent online?
Yes, good afternoon.
Thank you. Thank you, Brent.
I'm
Thank you for your patience. I'm going to hand over to you, deciphering the DNA of a successful IXP. Brent McIntosh joins us online from Grenada IXP, and Keenan Singh, Airlinks Communication IXP TT2. Keenan is here. Is Keenan here? So I'm going to ask him to come on the stage and join us. Will you be doing it similar, or to get Brent first and then? It's a panel. So Claire is going to come up and engage both gentlemen in this segment. Thank you, Claire. Can we have a round of applause for Brent McIntosh and Keenan Singh?
Hello, Keenan, and hello, Brent. Thank you all for being here, both in person and online, to share your experience in the internet exchange points that you have set up, both in Keenan in Trinidad and Tobago and Brent in Grenada. So since we've heard so much about Grenada so far and the things that Brent has done, Keenan, if in a couple of sentences you could just tell us about your role with the TTIX2 in Trinidad and Tobago.
Thank you, Claire. So we were kind of unfortunate with the TTIX. We were left out of the conversation. We're a small ISP in the south of the island, and the larger players would have set up IXP without any discussions with the small operators, and we didn't even have any network to connect to the IXP because it was all the way to the north of the island. So I started to ask questions, and questions, got louder and louder. I kind of mobilized the rest of the small operators to say, look, we need a second ISP. We had to go as far as donating the switch, donating the space, donating the technical experience, everything. We had to do it ourselves. We got the blessing of the TTIX, and we were able to join. And now Trinidad has 2 IXPs because of that.
Thank you for that, Keenan. And hello? Yeah. Just to give you a little story, because we tell stories. I know we're waiting on lunch, but at a CaribNOG meeting similar to this, we were talking about what was happening with IXPs in the region. And I got up and I was making a presentation on the IXPs, and I said, in Trinidad and Tobago, we have one IXP. And Keenan, and I said, no, I looked on PCH, and they showed the one IXP, TTIX1, but on Peering DB showed that we had two IXPs. And I said, Bevel, do you know that we have two IXPs in Trinidad? Stephen, do you know that we have two IXPs in Trinidad? And they both said, no, we weren't aware of that. And Keenan was in the room. And Keenan put his hand up and took the mic and came and told us about the work that he was doing in Trinidad with his IXP. And so because yesterday we had the small IXPs, this is also important for them to know that they have a voice and they can do what they need to do. Now, Brent, I know you had a different experience. So do you want to tell us briefly what was your experience in Grenada?
And Mr. Scott would have presented a little bit on the history. So, on that backdrop, I just want to say that, I got involved in the discussion because, of course, the stakeholders from the bigger ISPs, similar to Trinidad in a sense, from the CWC and the Digicel, they met together and said, okay, well, they gave us, many reasons why an IXP couldn't work in Grenada. They even flew in their, senior network engineers and architects to tell us why an IXP would not work. And I think that was the motivation behind it. I think different to other countries, the regulator gave excellent support in ensuring, they brought key stakeholders like, Bevel, PCH, together to work with us on that, right? So my experience has been one where, the idea was to prove these guys wrong and show them that we can grow from a small IXP to a larger type IXP, doing what the rest of the world does, just in a smaller form factor.
Great. So for the two of you, can you tell us how, since this meeting is being co-hosted by the regulator, are there any policies or regulatory barriers or opportunities that helped with the IXP or hindered you from moving forward? Keenan, you can start, and then Brent.
So from a policies perspective, one of the challenges we have in Trinidad is the pairing policy. We've left it up to the operators to write the policy, which is a problem. I hope the regulator here does not do that. Please do not do that. Do not let the operators write the policy. We've done that in Trinidad, and it has varying degree of success. But the problem that we have is because we don't have an open policy, if someone joins the IXP, there's no guarantee that anyone will pair with them. I'll give you a good example. When TTIX2 was set up, we were the only ones on the whole IXP. So we didn't have an IXP, we just had a switch, right? And we had to convince the rest of them to join. The smaller guys joined on pretty quickly, but the larger guys, there was a lot of struggle. There was a lot of struggle. And the only reason we got them to join is because one of them we were actually buying capacity from. So we actually said, look, if you don't pair with us here, then we're gonna drop the capacity on the other side. And that was the only reason that they agreed. So from a policies perspective, especially if the Jamaica government is sponsoring the switch or the location, I would say mandatory should be an open policy. Open policy meaning that once you are on board to this switch, to this IXP, you have to pair with everyone. There's no question about it. If you want a restrictive policy, create another IXP. But for the public IXP, it has to be open. We unfortunately don't have that, but.
Thanks, Keenan. Brent, what is your perspective on that?
Yeah, in the case of Grenada, we got very, very lucky, because at the time, we had experts there like Bill Woodcock, we had Bevel Withing. So they came with the suite of tools already set up for us, right? We had the MOU templates, the Memorandum of Understanding of, what it should be like. We had parent policy templates. We had, multi-stakeholderism, a strategy whereby directors were elected for the governing members, things like that. So we got a really nice template that we were able to work from, supported by PCH and the regulator. So it was a little easier for us. So we just rolled out from these templates. So that made life much easier than what Keenan would have gone through.
So let's stick with you a little bit, Brent, because most of the things that we hear is that we shouldn't mandate how the IXPs should peer on the networks. And from what I'm hearing from Keenan, as well as some of the policies that were in place, there seems to be an issue with trust with the participants. How do you build trust in the absence of that type of policy arrangement from the regulator?
Really, I mean, that's a really, really great question, Claire, because, and working around the Caribbean on different exchange points, I see regulators all doing the same thing by encouraging, members to pair. But in some instances, I do see some regulators saying, well, guys, this is going to be a mandatory parent policy. Everybody needs to pair with everybody. That works in some places, but it doesn't work in most. In the case of the Southern Caribbean, and we advocate for it as well. I mean, we try to tell members, hey, your parent policy, we try to keep it what we call your parent arrangement bilateral, non-mandatory. We encourage you to pair with the people you want to pair with, because ISPs or other entities have their own parent policy, which they demonstrate on Parent DB, that can be restrictive, selective, or open, right? For us to encourage, and the big thing for us is that our CDNs come to the IXP and host with a open parent policy. So you can't come and say, hey, well, we really want to pair with those CDNs, and then you want to be as restrictive as possible. We encourage them to, hey, do as what these CDNs are doing. Try to share with everyone, because ultimately, it doesn't matter if you're the bigger or the smaller ISP. On the internet exchange, everybody benefits. So that's what we've been pushing. And as a matter of fact, we're starting stakeholder engagements locally in Grenada now to get all the parties not just involved in looking at how the IXP is developing, but getting expertise from their side to help us contribute to developing the IXP some more.
Thank you, Brent. Keenan, you want to?
So we can use a carrot or support.
Is that? Right.
So we can use a carrot or stick approach here. We've tried the carrot. I don't think the carrot works in that aspect, because what we've heard here is that the IXP plays an integral part in national development. It plays a critical part in terms of emergency management, in terms of emergency communication, all of those things. So if we take the carrot approach and say, well, it's good for you to pair because we need X, Y, or Z, I don't think that really works in an emergency scenario. I think we have to start mandating it. I think the regulators in the room need to start saying, look, the same way we have things like universal service, and you have to provide service, or you have to provide at a certain price, or maybe there is certain processes you have to follow. If you are going to be a provider that's providing service to the public, and you are providing a public good, there must be some kind of a stick approach to it to say, look, you have to pair, because this is in the interest of the public good.
Right. So we heard two different responses to the situation. And what we have to understand in the Caribbean, that we cannot just take things wholesale from anywhere and bring it here. We have to look at our environment, and we have to collaborate to see what works in this region. Now, I just have two more questions, because we're cutting this a little short, and then I will open up in the event that persons have questions. What's one hard lesson that you have learned that you would like to tell any new IXP operator, or even Jamaica as they're relaunching, that they should look out for or be aware of? Keenan?
Don't leave out the small guys, please. Make it as easy as possible for everyone to connect. Jamaica is a pretty big island. It's bigger than Trinidad. And I'm pretty sure you guys have smaller ISPs in other parts of the region, in other parts of the island that's not connected to Kingston. Make every effort to connect them, and make every effort to connect all the IXPs together. Brent is doing that in Grenada. He's doing a fantastic job at that. The next step for us, I think, is we should be connecting all IXPs together, all the Caribbean IXPs together, because we just don't have the scale with one island with 50,000 people, one island with 1 million people, whatever have you. We don't have the scale for the larger guys. So don't leave anybody out. Don't focus on only the big guys.
So what I hear you saying, Keenan, is recognize that they are small, but they are still very important.
Correct. Correct.
I think Jamaicans have a saying, we lick but we talawa. Right? And so Brent, and I also heard you saying that, sorry, it just slipped my mind, but you said two things. Don't leave out the small guys, and there was... You're right, and I heard you saying that that we need to be looking at a regional IXP model from now. Okay. So let's go now to Brent. Brent, how do you answer that?
Yeah, that's a great question as well, and very similar to Keenan. You don't leave anybody out, and it's something I think I've heard you mention many times before, Claire. And it's the 80% social engineering as opposed to the 20% technical engineering. Always try to meet with the stakeholders, whether it's a social meeting, just get to know more about you, engage them socially. I think a lot of decisions gets made around a social table sometimes, especially when it comes to things like that. I've seen it happen. As a matter of fact, in one particular IXP, when I saw the competitors, the way they compete because they work for different ISPs, but when they got to dinner, everybody was collaborating. Everyone became friends, and that made it easier. And one particular country, I would say, is Suriname. And I remember that was my ISOC experience there, my first ISOC experience. I think I was asked to work on that project with a Shun on the paper, and I think getting people around the table made so much of a difference. So that's my take on it. Don't leave out anyone.
Yes, thank you for that, Brent. And my last question to you all would be, if you had to do this from scratch today, is there anything that you would do differently? Brent, Keenan has suggested that you answer first.
If I do anything differently, it's not, I don't think so. I don't think so, because my very first experience started with working from Grenada from scratch, and then it expanded from there. After a while, we more engagements with PCH, more engagements with CaribNOG, CARPIF, ISOC, PCH, ARIN, LACNIC, working in different paths, even CTU, right? So it led to a really great path, and you meet so many different critical aspects of building an IXP and the supporting infrastructure. For example, DNS, and now we have to consider things like DNSSEC, which I'm sure Albert probably spoke about, which is now going to be a huge, huge undertaking for Caribbean islands. So I said I wouldn't do anything different. Everything has led to a really great path in terms of building Caribbean IXPs.
Brent as well. The fact that we are here and we're talking about an IXP that's already been built says a lot, because the next evolution of this, we would learn from our mistakes, and we can make the next IXP better. But the fact that we are here and we have an IXP to celebrate, or we have two IXPs in one island to celebrate, it really kind of lays the foundation for what's to come.
Great. So we have heard from two persons, Brent McIntosh in Grenada, who was one of the persons involved in setting up the Grenada IXP. And we've heard from Keenan Singh, who is actually Miami-based, but is responsible for setting up TTIX2 in Trinidad and Tobago. Let's give them a round of applause. And now I would like to open the floor in the event that there are any questions for them. Could you please state your name slowly and the organization that you represent?
Sorry. Cecil McCain, Ministry of Energy, Transport and Telecommunications. So I'm not quite sure our two panelists can actually answer the question, so it might be for those, maybe you're the better person. So the question is there any experience in the Caribbean where the big two are involved, where the ISP has worked?
Go ahead, Keenan, and I would let Brent answer as well.
I am not sure, but I don't think it will. Because remember, the foundational element of an IXP is allowing for free connectivity, right? Free, right? There's usually no charge between there, right? So if, for example, and this is one of the problems we face today, when we move into markets that have 80% penetration for, let's say, 2 providers or one or 2 providers then, so basically you have a monopoly or a duopoly, it's very difficult to get them to do anything. And more than likely, if they do something, they will do it in between themselves. They're not going to create an external body that would invite more people now to join, because the whole fact is that they have less competition. They don't want to create competition for themselves. So an IXP, that's why it's so important for the regulator to be the one pushing this, because if it's up to the operators in a very dynamic environment, yes, there will be lots of IXPs set up, but in a duopoly, it's probably not going to happen.
Thanks for that, Keenan. And yes, really, especially the incumbent. If you have a large incumbent, it is normally, they're probably one of the last to join and to peer with others. But Brent, do you have anything that you would like to add to that?
Yeah, and I think Keenan was spot on. And we've seen in Grenada, of course, the minimum number of participants to have a valid IXP as far as parent DB is concerned is 3 parties. And Claire knows that very well from the research she's been doing, on IXPs. And I can tell you, we had a case where, of course, Grenada had Columbus Communications, Cable and Wireless, and Digicel. Guess what happened? Cable and Wireless acquired Columbus. So now we went down to 2 pairs. Parties still agreed to pair separately, but obviously, from a traffic perspective, it started not to make any sense. So, of course, smaller ISPs came on, and of course, for a small ISP to connect an IXP, they need last mile connectivity, right? Who's going to provide that connectivity? Well, the providers say, well, we can, but we'll charge them to do it. Well, the smaller ISP said, no problem. Radio technology has improved. We will connect via radio at 1 gig. So they did. And it went on. And today, that's why we have very, 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 very efficient IXP, because parties made decisions based on finding their own solutions to connect. But as Keenan said, you need a mediator. As far as I'm concerned, in the Caribbean, the regulators are the best mediators, supported by organizations like, CaribNOG, CARPIF, to ensure that everyone can at least find some simple, cost-effective method to connect to the exchange. So yeah, problems for us, gives us opportunity to come up with solutions. So we don't mind. We love to find solutions.
Thanks. Did you have a question, Eddie? Yes.
Yes, it's not a question. I just wanted to contribute to what he said on the stick element. It is a case that happened in Kenya. The biggest incumbent did not want to join the exchange point. And, I believe it's the same in these countries. The government, which is one of the biggest buyer, and you can influence some of the other bigger buyer so that among the condition for all the tenders is that you are connected to exchange point. Mm-hmm. So if you push it from different places, maybe finally they come there. But it's an interesting fight.
Yes. And thank you for that, Eddie. We have one more question, but no, we have to close off now. So we have one over there and just one. I'm being guided by the MC, who says we just have room for one question. After lunch, that's part of offline, and at line time later we can have some conversation. It's a pity Brent isn't here for it, but we will continue the conversation. But what I wanted to say, the importance, what Eddie just spoke to, was the importance of having the government involved as well as one of the biggest users, and a large number of people rely on government services to have that voice and to be part of our Caribbean IXP ecosystem, because in the US or where it is commercial and it's viable and they have large markets, it may not be necessary for our governments and our regulators, and it's not recommended for them to be involved. But in our region, you would find that it is very different here, and that's why we say it's important for stakeholders to be more involved. So Juan, you have the last question.
Thank you very much. I'm Juan Peirano from Internet Society. Thank you both panelists for this presentation. It was great. We work with Brent a lot, so we're very happy to see him on the stage. It's more a quick comment about the regionalization of IXPs. We have seen all around the world efforts to do the same, particularly in islands in the APAC region, in Asia Pacific. And in general, our experience is that they don't usually work, particularly because of the scale. I know that there is a need in many cases for small island developing states to try to gather as much traffic as they can between probably islands, or regionalize the traffic. And generally what happens is that this becomes very, very expensive very quickly. So from our experience, we have seen that creating smaller IXPs in the different islands, it's better. And when it's not possible because of the amount of peers that are in one island, especially in those that have very, very few big providers that can do this, it's often good to see if there are neighboring islands that can aggregate traffic. But you have to have a connection between those islands that is affordable, because if you have to pay transit, everything goes haywire in terms of sustainability of the IX. So it's not necessarily, we have not seen yet a successful regional IXP on a big scale for a whole region. So I would say that it's always first to try to figure out if we can see things locally. And if anyone is interested, and if anyone here participates at ITU level, there is a recommendation from ITUT to establish regional IXPs, and has been there for a long, long time. Some governments thought it was a good idea, and it never happened anywhere, neither in Africa or APAC or the Caribbean. So So
thank you for that one. But in Keenan's defense, I don't think Keenan said anything about a regional IXP. I was the one who said regional IXP, and I have been corrected that what we could be looking at instead of a regional IXP is inter-IXP connections. So I take back the regional IXP, and thank you for clarifying the issues with regional IXPs. So I would like to just thank again Brent and Keenan for being part of this panel. Thank all of you for your questions and for contributing, and thank the OUR for facilitating this panel discussion. Thanks again.
Thank you very much, Claire, Keenan, and Brent, on deciphering the DNA of Caribbean IXP. More to come, ladies and gentlemen, but we're going to take a quick break to allow you to complete lunch. We will resume at 2 p.m. sharp. And just to remind you that Lime Time comes up at 5 p.m., so we want to see you later in the Pegasus Gardens. It promises to be quite a treat. We're having the UWI Panorhythm Steel Orchestra and other stuff, so ensure that you come. So we're going to take a break now for you to complete your lunch. And we do have a lot of giveaways. Aaron has a little booth set up. We do have giveaways there. The OUR has its booth. We also have the giveaways from Internet Society at the OUR booth, in addition to OUR promotional items as well. So we take a quick break. 2 p.m., we'll resume. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I hope you are enjoying lunch. So while you continue to enjoy lunch, we're going to pick up where we left off, which was to have another panel discussion, this time on trust but verify model of Caribbean traffic. And this will be moderated by CaribNOG's Stephen Lee. And I now invite him. Why are you giving me that look, Stephen? What's happening? Do I need to stretch? Do I need to stretch? All right, so we'll invite Keith Burkett and Giovanni King to come to the stage while we get the presentation ready. In the meantime, I just want to remind you about Lime Time at 5 this afternoon in the Pegasus Gardens. And I want to acknowledge our sponsors, ARIN, Internet Society, Architects, Spectrum Management Authority, Connected Caribbean, Development Bank of Latin America and the Caribbean, ICANN, LACNIC, Caribbean Telecommunications Union, and the Sun City Radio. Gentlemen, please take your seats. It's a presentation, so Stephen now will be coming to start. He's queuing up the presentation. You want the clicker. We also want to tell you that we do have a lot of giveaways at the booths, so please visit our booths. I know that Russell does not want to go back with all of his shirts. We do have a lot of pens, we have some bottles. Right, Russell? You have tons of shirts. You do not want to go back with them. Yes. So we want to encourage you to do that. So at this time, Stephen, do you want... Okay. In a little while as well, we'll be having a lightning presentation on AI and development insights in Guyana by Lance. We'll be doing what we call a lightning presentation, which means it's about 5 minutes. And then we segue into the Sovereign Shield, moving from disaster recovery to regional resilience by Iman Sheehy from Cloud Carib. And then harnessing technology for resilience, the Jamaican case after Hurricane Melissa. Alejandro Ferrero will be doing that, and he is a principal specialist of sustainable digital infrastructure at CAF Development Bank of Latin America and the Caribbean. Eddie returns to give the business case for interconnection. And Eddie is from Packet Clearinghouse, coming to us all the way live in person from Rwanda. And the Archipelago Accord, formalizing commitments to regional peering and announcing CaribNOG 32. Bevel Wooding will be doing the honors for that. And we know that Bevel is the co-founder of CaribNOG and director of Caribbean Affairs, ARIN. All right, so I'm going to hand over now to the panel discussion, Trust but Verify, Model of Caribbean Traffic. Over to you, Stephen Lee.
Thank you, Liz. All right, thanks, Keith, and thanks, Giovanni. I'm going to ask Keith to start with his presentation, and then we'll get into the panel discussion.
Pleasant greetings, CaribNOG 31. I hope you all had a good lunch and you're learning and networking amongst each other. To my colleagues from across the English, Spanish, Dutch, and French territories, as well as those who made the journey across the Atlantic to share their experiences, good afternoon, buenas tardes, bonjour, bon dia. To our hosts, congratulations on the relaunch of the Jamaica IXP. It is my pleasure to once again be in Jamaica speaking on issues related to development. It is my hope that this short presentation will build on the conversations emanating from what has been presented here and are yet to come. I approach this topic from an infrastructure operator's perspective, and I will be speaking both as a stakeholder and as someone actively engaged in designing systems that aim to improve regional interconnectivity and observability, where trust is necessary, but never sufficient without verification. In the Caribbean, we have achieved meaningful progress in connectivity. However, connectivity alone does not guarantee that traffic flows in the way we assume it does. In many cases, we assume correctness of routing behavior because connectivity exists. Taking stock of our region today, we see that we are interconnected but operationally fragmented, heavily reliant on the upstream transit providers, and increasing demand for resilience and security. I propose the challenges we face. It's not simply just a lack of connectivity, it is also a lack of consistent visibility and verification of routing behavior. As a thought exercise, a user in Jamaica tries to reach a user in Trinidad. Instead of staying within the Caribbean, the traffic exits to Miami, and in some cases, destinations as far as Atlanta and New York, and then comes back down. Let that sink in. How many of you have seen this routing behavior in your own networks? I'd be interested to hear how this aligns with what my fellow Caribbean colleague here is seeing at the data center level, especially when we consider how it impacts new market opportunities and emerging technologies like infrastructure as a service, e-government, e-gaming, and AI technologies. Additionally, consider the multiple Caribbean ISPs rely on the same tier 1 provider, where single upstream issues impact multiple islands simultaneously. Unverified routing creates silent risk conditions, route leaks, suboptimal paths, and invisible dependency chains. Most networks in the region are strong in physical connectivity. The gap is not just connectivity, it is continuous verification and shared visibility. When we look at unverified routing, it creates route leaks that can go undetected, suboptimal transit paths increasing the cost and the latency, invisible dependencies on the upstream networks, and delayed incident responses across the islands. These are not catastrophic failures. They are silent inefficiencies that accumulate over time. Lack of verification is not just a security issue, it is an efficiency and cost problem. Economically, that impact can lead to increased transit costs, inefficient bandwidth usage, poor latency performance, over-provisioning to compensate. To address this, I propose the Caribbean verification stack, a verification-centric model for understanding and validating Caribbean internet and traffic behavior, towards understanding, observing, validating, and coordinating. Take a look at the model in operational terms. Trust lives here at the layer 2. Trust is established through relationships and agreements and BGP policy decisions. Verification, on the other hand, lives where there's RPKI, flow telemetry, route observations, which is what at the layer 3. Our traffic emerges from the physical constraints, the routing decisions, and observability, which are layers 1 to 3 combined. Resilience comes from the coordination across networks at layer 4. Verification is therefore just not a layer, it is a continuous loop across layers. 1, observe traffic at layer 3. Yeah. 2, compare the intent, which is at layer 2. 3, identify the deviation. And 4, adjust the routing or policy and repeat. The Caribbean verification stack is not something I consider static, but it operates on a continuous verification loop between control and observability. It is not just a way to understand traffic, it is a way to continuously verify that the network is behaving as intended. In operational terms, trust is established through relationships and agreements and BGP policy decisions. Verification, on the other hand, is established through the RPKI, the flow telemetry, the route observations, which we said are at layer 3, and is observable, measurable network behavior. When we look at the role of IXPs, which has been covered, IXPs are more than exchange points. They provide local traffic localization, improved routing determination, foundations for shared observability, and regional connection and coordination hubs. As Caribbean citizens, this is achievable here. We have smaller networks, faster coordination cycles, strong operator community, and existing forums like CaribNOG. The future state. Together, it is my belief that as we work together to shape the future state we want the Caribbean digital ecosystem to be, that we share the same vision and mission, that the regional traffic stays regional, routing is verifiable by default, operators share visibility signals, and IXPs act as infrastructure anchors. One is not the other. Connectivity does not equal correctness. Reachability does not equal optimal routing, and trust does not equal verification. We do not need to rebuild the Caribbean internet. We need to make it verifiable by design. Trust is assumed, verification is engineered. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Keith. I guess we can jump right into some discussions about this. I guess the first thing, so I think it's going to be relatively straightforward for us, especially because of all we've heard about IXPs today, to understand that the internet exchange would be a natural place to carry out things like verification, monitoring, and so on. I want to ask both Keith and Giovanni just to kind of back up a little bit and talk about what basically what went into even formulating the idea. I guess another way of saying what motivated this particular thought. What were you seeing in terms of the traffic? You spoke about the impact on the economics and the business and so on. So, you know, Giovanni's inside of data centers, inside that data center space. So what are you seeing that even motivated the idea that we need better verification on site and observability of Caribbean traffic?
Well, for me, it all comes down to trust. We have an asset that's important for each and every one of us, through which we can create value and we can monetize. Mm-hmm. If we want to create a regional digital economy, data centers play a very important role in this, because this is where our data is stored, this is where it's analyzed, and in order to create a resilient infrastructure that can let's say, withstand natural disasters, and that government can trust, and each and every one of us can trust that in any case our data can be safe within this infrastructure. It needs to be resilient, and we need to be able to trust it.
Okay.
So in order for us to create that level of trustability, if you want, we need to have these frameworks.
Okay.
So we need to be able to, first of all, verify that our information is there where we suppose it is. We need to be able to verify that once we have our most critical data in a, let's say, foreign data center, based on bilateral agreements or whichever other structure we choose to use, that the data, once taken out of my jurisdiction and now becomes part of a data center in a foreign jurisdiction, that my data still is dealt with based on rules and regulations from the originating jurisdiction.
Right.
So that's, for me, what made it important, because else we would have had to build resilient infrastructures with multiple data centers within small islands with
Right.
small economies.
Simply because you're more proximate to it, and so on. Yeah.
I think Giovanni captured it very well there when he said that, because again, we in the Caribbean, we are accustomed doing things one way, and then when it doesn't work, we look for solutions on the outside. But not all of those solutions come bearing gifts, if that makes sense. Sometimes we are dealing with parties or third parties who we don't know, networks who we don't know. And part of that whole trust conversation has to mean that we can tell where our data is at any point in time and stand behind knowing that if we are dealing with things that relate to data privacy, which is something very serious as we are moving to e-government, right? That our data is residing in infrastructures in our own countries where we can interrogate, and it's not becoming part of just the AI training models. Yeah?
All right. All right, so we're talking about basically a more mature an evolution of where we are. So maturity that we're getting to the point in which we can talk to business, to enterprise, to government, and saying there's a layer of management and accountability on top of just networking operations and so on. So right now we have, and this would intersect with stuff that Claire would have spoken about. Right now we have an ongoing project inside of CaribNOG to basically get access to traffic stats and publish them on the Caribbean IXP directory. And so we're starting at a point in which there's very little statistics to start with, right? If we want to get to the place in which we have information, it's auditable, people can trust it, could you sketch out, and Keith laid out a really good stack there, a good model. Could you sketch out kind of like a pathway to get to that? You spoke about the raw connectivity and BGP, peering arrangements, and so on. Can you just talk about a journey from getting stats on cacti all the way up to observability like that?
Without getting into too much of the technical, RPKI and ROAs are very important to the conversation, right? When we have to look at where our data and how that data is being first captured and stored, it is very essential that we understand how we are going about it, right? Moving forward, we have to be cognizant, right, that there are a lot of factors that are impacting where we are storing this data, how we are storing this data, and for what purpose we are processing that data, if that is making any sense.
Yes.
Yeah? So going forward, I think we have to, one, take a look at how it is that we want to, how should I phrase it? I'm drawing a blank there for a second. Sorry, it happens. I apologize, I did not have lunch. What we need to do, Stephen, is governments, enterprises, we need to start at looking at the policies that we are having. For example, zero trust, right? Implementing things as zero trust from when we're looking at our access lists, right?
I mean, even in terms of the data exchange on the IX switches and so on, right?
Yeah.
Right. So I know that in a lot of the IXPs, and we've been talking a lot about Brent McIntosh today, in the projects that we've worked on with Brent, with CTU and so on, they're generally a set of policies and guidelines and kind of starting points. Here's a framework you can have for your peering policy, for access to the internet exchange itself, and that would be for like any group of parties who are going to peer to start there and then decide how we want to go. So imagine that making those things transparent. You write up our IXP policies based on those things and then build from there. Giovanni, what kind of conversations do you see existing amongst people who are peering over, moving towards some of these models? I mean, what are persons interested in doing at this point? Are we just connecting, or are we talking about what you're saying about getting to a trustworthy platform?
One of the things that we see, especially when I talk to, and if I then put up my Caribbean Data Center Association's cap, is most of the bigger data centers can say that they have one, some of them even more than one IXP within them.
Right.
But that's just one part of the equation.
Right.
So as data center operators and knowing what's happening on the floor, one of the things that we see is missing is what's been discussed today, especially a lot about, is that buying a port on an exchange still doesn't mean that you're peering, right? And if we are now bringing in content delivery networks, and we're trying to create a regional digital ecosystem, or if we want to make the applications that are being built in the region accessible across the region, then the ISPs play an important role. And if they're connected to multiple IXPs, but still don't have a form of open peering, then it defeats the purpose, right? So now everybody is connecting. You can get government connected to an IXP, but if the ISPs are not making sure that the traffic can flow between them, then we'll end up standing in line in a government building because the service will not be digitally available.
Right.
As data center operators, that's what we're discussing about. How can we show the necessity to not just buy a port on an internet exchange, but to facilitate facilitate the traffic between us? If that was happening, we would not have had the presentations today where we're still talking about all of our traffic in the U.S.
Yeah.
And to add on to that, that also brings up the topic on digital resilience. By having multiple connections, it means that in the event one goes down, I appreciated the example of Jamaica, where they are not just relying on terrestrial, but they've also explored Starlink, right? When we have hurricanes or natural disasters or sabotage, where someone may, and I don't mean deliberate sabotage and all, but you do as well know, as I heard from one of the earlier presenters, when they go to dig up the road, yeah? So when we have a position where people are now in an environment where they're without internet for so many hours, yeah, having that interconnectivity allows us to make sure that we can still connect to each other and still work even though our international links may be down. Okay. Yeah?
If I can add to that, because one example came to me, even maybe two. There are moments in our region that we create or make everything work. Even though cricket, for example, is not one of the most popular sports in Curacao, but I can remember when we had World Cricket competition in the region, and we were it was facilitated that people could move from island to island without having to go through a lot of the constraints that we need to go through today.
Yeah.
And in the same way, in our ecosystem, St. Martin, one of the islands where I had the opportunity to work as part of the regulatory body, once hit by a hurricane, we got the two mobile operators to physically connect their networks to each other so that consumers could use the network, what was left of the two networks, to seamlessly roam across the networks without any issue.
Right.
Once the networks were fully operational again, of course, they removed that connectivity, and then traffic started to go up north again. So I think as much as we talk from our perspective, there is an important role for our regulators as well. And there is discussions that we need to have, because that's the only way that we're going to enforce the peering between the operators. Just like in the, let's say, the initial days of liberalization of the telecommunication industry, as regulators, we made sure that there were interconnect reference offers on the table that, let's say, needed to be available to facilitate interconnection between the operators. If those interconnections weren't made back then who knows how our traffic, local traffic, would have been routed. So it can be done, but all of us need to play the role that we need to play. And we need to be able to share information with each other and show where maybe, the shoe is pressing against your toes so that we can find solutions. If we don't do that, we're just gonna keep using certain leverage to make sure that from a competitive perspective, if all CDNs are connected to my network, then Keith's network is going to lose clients.
Right.
And that's the issues that we need to be able to overcome.
Okay. All right, I'm going to see if I can get some questions, some feedback from the room. But before we do that, so please think about, prepare some questions for our panelists. But before that, I wanted, Giovanni just mentioned that we can do it, we have do it. There are moments of coordination in which we do make the right things happen. I want to and then of course we have data centers, we have enough exchanges, and Keith just laid out a stack, a framework that we could look at. Now my reading of what we saw there is that we have, we know that we have BGP routes, those are transparent, you can find them out and so on. RPKI has been rolled out inside of this region, and about half of the Caribbean are under the ARIN jurisdiction, and it's really easy to get RPKI turned on your address space with ARIN. But we also need flow statistics and so on. So Keith, could you kind of talk about, like, if you are speaking to a regulator, and you are, if you're speaking to a regulator or any party who would say, okay, let's try to get this done, what would be like your playbook? Because what we're going to try to do is try to get ISPs to share certain things for the greater good. What's our playbook? What's our step-by-step? We would say, put your traffic stats here, share this much data. What does that look like?
If you're going to start sharing data and we want the regulator involved, first to begin with, we need to know that the regulator is on board with us in terms of how we are going to exercise or present our data to the region. As it relates to the playbook, I would say that we start by implementing certain basics. We go to, for example, there's one that I wanted to bring up called Manners. I don't know if you're familiar with Manners as an audience, but again, as IXPs, if we subscribe to Manners as a framework, we now show and we join that community as it is right now. I don't think there are any.
I don't think there are any.
I don't think there are any Caribbean IXPs that are part of the Manners group. I can stand to be corrected, right? But Manners would be one of the first frameworks that I would encourage IXPs and regulators to explore, the Manners framework. Okay. Yeah? That would be the first step, because that is something that has been when it was launched, I think it was 2014, my memory, it's about 2014, yeah? When that was launched, it grew within 12.5% within the first year of adoption in certain markets, yeah? ISOC, right? Thank you, Claire, for that. But manners, as a regulator, I would say that would be your first step to sharing and beginning that part of the conversation with other networks in different regions.
All right.
Yeah?
Okay.
If I can add to that, because the internet ecosystem is initially not a regulated ecosystem, what you also see is that sometimes our telecoms-related rules and regulations don't enable regulators to enforce these let's say, requirements that is needed.
Right.
So I think one of the first things would also be for us to, or for the regulators to go back and look at within their regulatory framework, can they do this?
Right.
Can they enforce this? And if that is not what should be done in order for us to, get to the next step. But also, I think if we're talking about trust, if we're talking about something that is for the greater good of our region, we should have everybody at the table and have an open discussion about what should be done for us to, overcome that hurdle. Because in other parts of the world, in the developing countries, this is done.
Yeah.
It's not something that you don't do.
Yeah, yeah. All right. I'd like to invite any questions from the audience. What are your considerations? What's your take on basically moving towards a layer of operation inside of our internet exchanges and data centers and so on, in which observability is there. There's a lot more transparency. There's a lot more understanding of where data is, why it is there. We know which, let's say, jurisdictions or exchanges might have policies or affordances for data to be used for AI training and which do not. Those are things that right now is completely dark. And I'm sure that we'd have different takes on what we should be doing in this case. Do we have any questions from the floor? Okay, so ask Gordon first, and then, or Claire first, and then Gordon.
Hi, Claire Craig from CaribNOG. I'm responding to what you just said, Giovanni, about the role of the regulator when there may be laws that the ITU may hamper what the regulators are trying to do. And I remember interviewing the then head of the Grenada NTRC when Grenada was set up. And one of the things that he said was back when internet exchange points were being created in the region, the things that they were trying to do was quote unquote illegal. And so we have seen that IXPs have evolved, so it means that the regulators had to first walk by faith, if you want to call it that way. But how do you think that they should approach situations where it may not be, where it may be illegal or not appropriate to do that at this point in time? Because if it is that we have to move forward and the rules don't allow it, sometimes we have to break the rules or we have to help to get the rules to be changed. So what do you suggest should happen in that situation?
I was trying to think about something that the IXPs was doing that was illegal, except for back then, all of us and myself, as part of a regulatory authority, in the beginning, it was making sure that the minutes were accounted for, because that's what it was all about. So by the time that the internet became more readily accessible and all of the developments that we're seeing today, one of the main products that moved away from the traditional telco environment to the ICT environment was the primary value creator, which was voice. The moment that we were capable of doing voice over IP, telcos were complaining that basically they were losing minutes, on the other end of the infrastructure, and that's the only illegality that I can think about that was being done at the time. But we're past that. All of us are communicating over IP networks. Everybody. Now we're about creating value. And if we are part of an ecosystem that allows that what creates value for each and every one of us goes somewhere else, we are exporting our main revenue creating resource. So it should be important for each and every one of us to make sure that we start by making sure that our traffic, because today traffic is not only voice, it's our engagement with all the IT-related services that we consume on the internet. If we can bring, because we have youngsters that are building new applications that they are hosted within our jurisdiction, we are creating value here. So I see that that's what we need to be able to sit at the table with the stakeholders that can make those changes to see what do we need to do that. That's step number one. And then coming from an island with a small economy of scale, I would like to say then how do we help the next island? So not only because now we're interconnecting and making sure that once there is an application in Jamaica that could be beneficial for consumers in Curacao, we, again, don't need to say, well, let's go to Nap of the Americas in Miami, which, I mean, if we need to be in the US, that's one place that we could go. But then we could say, well, which IXP is connected to Jamaican IXP, and where can I get that content because I could use it in Curacao. And now a entrepreneur in Jamaica has a bigger economy through which is making their applications available. And one of the things that I said yesterday, if we sit together, make sure that local traffic is local, regional traffic is regional, we are also reducing the cost of the capacity that we need to reach international shores because we're making sure that the traffic remains within our region. And if my numbers are right, all islands connected, all countries and territories connected, our region has a population size of 46 million, which is the size of the Canadian market. Again, if we then multiply the numbers, we are creating an economy that all of us will benefit from, and that we will have a different seat at the table, because once now an entrepreneur or an IXP or a data center sits at the table, we can say, listen, I'm not only representing Montserrat, I'm representing the Caribbean. And now we'll have a different conversation. We will not have a conversation like I will have today with a CDN, and they would say, well, why is it important for me to be in Curacao? And I could say, well, this is my market, this is what I'm doing. And they will say, we're bringing value to you. So if we need to pay for the cash fill, if you pay it, we'll come. If you don't want to pay for the cash fill, come take it in the US.
I just want to add one thing. If you don't mind.
Okay, real quick. We're out of time.
Oh. Sorry, I spoke too much, man.
Well, if you have a really quick question, Gordon, we can go. If not, I'll wrap. No? Oh, so you don't have a question. All right. So in that case, thanks everyone for participating. Thanks, Giovanni. Thanks, Keith. This was very informative.
I just wanted to say before we go, the comment I was going to make is I think we would go further together than alone when it comes to dealing with regional issues, right?
Thank you very much, Stephen, Keith, and Giovanni, for that very insightful presentation. We're now going to take a lightning presentation. AI and development, if you can get the lectern back on the stage. Thank you so much. AI and development insights in Guyana. So Lance Hines, chairman of Lacralo and CEO of Brain Street, will do the honors. Can we have a round of applause for Lance?
It's coming up. All right, a few minor, very minor technical issues here, but I'll start talking in the meantime. Thank you, Chair. Thank you to all for being here this afternoon. Just some quickly housekeeping. I'm the current chair of LACRALO, as I was introduced, and I've come looking for friends. And I've come looking for friends because I'm the first Caribbean chair of LACRALO. And one of the, oh good, thank you. All right, so we get to LACRALO. LACRALO is the Latin American and Caribbean Regional at Large organization. Albert would have said to you yesterday, explained to you a bit about the mechanism of ICANN and what it's comprised of. And one of the things that he spoke about were advisory committees and also constituencies. So LACRALO is part of the at-large constituency. And our mandate is you all, the average user, the ordinary user. And as a result of that, what you do is also of interest to us. The stability, the integrity of the networks, all that architecture is also important to us as well. I said we need friends because I don't think we participate enough on the policy side when it comes to ICANN and what's under the hood. We are front-end users. We TikTok, we Instagram, we Facebook, we do those things on a regular basis. But in terms of looking to see what's under the hood, we really don't do enough of that. My job as chair for the next 2 years is to try as much as possible to persuade you that ICANN is a good option to participate in. There are internship programs. You could join organizations in the Caribbean called at-large structures, or you can form those structures and so as to be part of the ICANN ecosystem. We will try to educate you as much as possible. An example of that yesterday was a young man commenting about the quality of DNSSEC. I'm sorry he didn't stay long enough because the idea would have been to sit down with him and provide further information in terms of what DNSSEC is and the level of security it gives their DNS. But so I'm saying that to say to you that, yes, we are here, again, looking for friends. I hope to speak to some of you while we're here to persuade you either to, well, you have some ALSs that have gone a bit quiet, so we're trying to see if we could get some of those restarted, and if those of you who are interested to talk a bit about creating some new ALSs going forward, right? So that is me as far as I can. I'm happy to speak to you tonight, tomorrow, and thing. What I'm showing here is what is possible, and this lends directly to the technology, and it lends to the connectivity that we're talking about. You guys are talking about very small areas, I'm afraid, when you're talking about the implementation of the technology that we need. My colleague over there was talking about Ocho Rios and talking about part of Jamaica. I'm talking about 300 miles from Georgetown, where the requirement is also to be able to provide services, provide technology, provide connectivity. So the idea is the creative means in terms of how we can do that. Now, for example, if we look at the IXP, and if you look at the science of the IXP, there are possibly ways to take that to see how we could work in the remote areas. Villages are 20 miles apart, right? Some are even 50 miles apart. But the connectivity is still required at a certain speed for us to do the kind of work that's required, right? So as we think about the scalability, and we talk about the integrity, and we talk about the strength, I would ask you to consider that you look at solutions that could be a little broader, a little further, a little more remote, to be able to see if you could put in those kinds of solutions. Now, I say that to you within the context of, now I'm going to get to AI in development. I just wanted to make the point of what is possible. So, for example, this is work being done through AI in collaboration with the Makushi tribe. Stop. Yeah. In coordination with the Makushi tribe down in the south of Guyana. And that's a particular one that's about 350 miles down from Georgetown. So, for example, so this is a language portal that we did as part of the research work that we are doing in the Makushi community. Because what we are doing is looking to see the technology, particularly AI, what it could do to improve language translation and language preservation among the 9 communities that we have in Guyana in terms of languages. So what we have been building are these language portals. So for example, here, it shows you how many vocabulary entries we have, it shows you the sentences, it shows you the tales, and then it also shows you the kind of support that you could give to the community. So we maintain a bilingual dictionary, we have a corpus or a data set for sentences, and then we have grammar references in terms of providing support for translation. Now, as nice as this looks, it took us because we are starting from scratch with any of these languages. So we were in the area, in the bush, collecting data. So we took English sentences to the Makushi community and have them translated so we could start to build a bilingual corpus. Once we did that, then we began to build the rules, because what we want AI to do is to look at the language rules and the vocabulary rules of the language and then do the translation based on that. If you have a limited amount of rules, well, then you could actually go to the corpus and begin to do the pattern matching, as we call it, to do it, right? So this is so all of this is a structure, because it is not only to teach anyone to translate, but also to provide guidance on how it is done. I know I only got a lightning round, and I see the chair looking at the clock. I'm not going to go on about it. Very subtle, chair, very subtle. That's the message. Okay, thank you. So what I'm going to show you is what the results of that can be. So what I'm going to do, let me see if it follows my example. There it is. So what I am going to do is that I'm going to speak to the system, right? And what I hope it will do without embarrassing me is as I speak, it will start to translate. So what I will do at this point is I will stop and give it some time to translate at the other end for me. Come on. Okay, I'll just do a quick thing and do it fast. Yeah, it's a little slow, I don't know why. Huh? Right, but again, what the idea is that what it does is it does the translation, and then it appears here. And as you can see, as I keep on talking, it is reading it. And I'll stop here. Right. So I allow it to do the translation as it should. Translate. Come on, guys. Huh? Yeah, so what happens is as I speak or I type, the translation appears here. Right? Now, what we have done so far are 6 communities. We've done Makushi. Well, you and me are familiar with the names, but we've done Makushi, we've done Wapichan, we have done Lokono, we have done Akaweo, right? And we've also done Carib. So those are prototypes. Now, the issue with this now is that what we have to do is we have to collect more data, right? In order to increase the accuracy, in order to increase any of those things, we have to be able to do it. Oh, I know why it's not doing it. I've got to show. Give me a quick second. Let me just put the key in so it could do the translation for us quickly. Chair, I got 2 seconds more, thank you. I got a beg for time. Right. Tamakushi. So let's try this again. Right? So, and as you can see, the language starts to appear on the other end as I'm speaking. So I can speak or I can type it in and I would get this, right? So the couple of things that we're working on now is we are training it with the Makushi voices. So what would happen is that when you get the translation on the other side, you press listen and you get the response. What you have is a metallic sound. Okay, when it's finished. No speakers. Yeah. So once we train here and we get that, then we could work. The idea is as much as possible to do all the community languages, but I come back to infrastructure again, because this means I have to fly down sometimes, right? I've got to sit down with them because it's still a little slow, so meeting online and Zoom and those kinds of things are not necessarily as convenient as you would like. So what would certainly allow us to do this kind of developmental stuff, we are back to infrastructure again. Right? So this is an idea of what's possible. This is AI in development, and we will continue to do work like this. My time is up, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lance. And for those who want to be a part of LACRALO, which is the Latin America and the Caribbean Regional at-large organization, please have a talk with Lance. I think it's very, very good what they're doing. And being the premier chairman from the region, we want to show him all the support, yes? Thank you very much. The Sovereign Shield, moving from disaster recovery to regional resilience. That's the topic of Iman Shehi's presentation, and Iman is from Cloud Carib. Please help me to welcome him.
Good afternoon. And in the interests of time, I won't spend 30 minutes talking. As a matter of fact, I was thinking to say my presentation could be distilled into 5 words. And those 5 words are what Keith and Giovanni said. Thank you very much. Because, as a matter of fact, this is the problem when you come on late. Everybody has said everything you thought you were going to say and you thought was going to be original. So you have to bear with me. But hopefully I might have a couple of comments that are of interest. So the first thing is, why are we talking about a sovereign shield? Now, from our perspective, when we deal with, particularly for me, dealing with governments in the region, they still operate, even within ministries, operate in kind of silo environments when it comes to disaster recovery. In many cases, they're still operating with tape backups. In some cases, the tape is taken off-site to another location, but on island. In another instance, it doesn't even leave the building. It stays in the building. So we're really creating single points of failure, not just at the national level, but also at the organizational level. And I shouldn't just call out governments because that's the area I work in. We've also had conversations with particularly small and medium-sized companies and even some larger commercial ones that are in a similar situation. And that may have been fine back in the 1990s, but it's not fine today. Why is that? Because the risk landscape has changed exponentially. So we have more hurricanes, more intensive hurricanes, and the Caribbean region is the most disaster-prone region in the world per head of capita. So that each time you have to recover, it's costing more and it becomes more and more difficult to recover, and the time span for recovery is getting longer. But when we look then at what governments are trying to do, which is digital transformation, and we're digitizing more of critical information, that creates a problem if you can't recover because you don't have the resources or you don't have the resilience put in place. Cyber threats are increasing. So some of the figure you see there, it's 2.2 billion threats blocked in 2025. That's just Cloud Carib. That's our infrastructure and the infrastructure of companies that, and institutions that we manage. 2.2 billion, that was our count last year. Already, from March of this year, it was 400 million threats blocked. So we're looking at the minimum a doubling in 2026 of the threat vector for this region. And there are many reasons for that, partially due to lack of resilience, partially due to an upsurge in digitization without the requisite cyber framework put across to protect the islands. The other part, which has been mentioned already, is geopolitical. And if we just consider the hyperscalers for the moment, somebody mentioned about them, where your data is located. So we have a situation where we have a non-war in the Gulf. Some of the data centers were hit. So you can say, okay, those who relied on those data centers in that region were affected. But it turns out that there were companies not in that region that were also affected because their data passed through the data centers that were in that region. So these are the kind of geopolitical things we have to look at. Beyond that, if we're looking at taking service providers in third countries, particularly our friends up north, there's the Cloud Act, FISA, these overreach of legislation that can impact access to our own data and access to our own applications. We had quite recently, late last year, US government sanctioned members of the International Criminal Court, and immediately they got blocked from their Microsoft tools for a period of time, access to banking systems, et cetera, et cetera. And it's not just them that it's happened to, it's in other areas as well. So geopolitical risk has increased dramatically. Of course, we also then have data privacy legislation, which is something that more and more countries in the region are implementing. Here in Jamaica, Jamaica is the leading country for data privacy legislation in the region at the moment. But there are other countries coming behind, like Barbados and like Guyana, et cetera. And that brings new restrictions on how you manage and handle data. So all of this, let's say, scenario and environment is impacting the resilience. We heard about, from Giovanni talking about the use of data and the digital economy. Well, just as an example, the European Union have calculated their digital economy by the end of this decade would be equivalent to 20% of their current economy, GDP, 20%. So if you want to do a calculation of the Caribbean and not individual islands, then you get an idea of how big the digital economy could be if it operates in the way that it needs to operate. And that's the big question. But the one thing we can say is that we can no longer operate with best endeavors, because pretty much that's how we still operate in the region, best endeavors. But cyber threats, don't operate on best endeavors. They operate 24/7. So basically, as the bottom of the slide says, vulnerability is systemic. It's everywhere, all of the time, in every country. I'll skip this one because I can come back to that. So what do we want to see as the vision of a sovereign shield? Well, first of all, to eliminate isolated national systems. And we still operate very much in national ways, and even within islands operating in organizational levels without a plan. We have single points of failure. So we need to move beyond that, and as a group of islands operate really as a single ICT space, which is the CARICOM, let's say, terminology, single ICT space, but to really operate as a single ICT space. Federated infrastructure, distributed data nodes for resilience, and a shared resilience fabric. And I'll come to that in the next couple of slides. But the idea of the vision would be islands never down. Right now, individual islands go down after a hurricane or even a cyber attack. But what we should be aiming for as a region is islands never down. There's always an option, there's always an out if there's a catastrophe on one particular island. What would the principles of a sovereign shield look like? Well, for me, I would say data sovereignty, control over one's data in the region, regional redundancy. This has been touched upon already. Multi-island resilience architecture, so data center interconnectivity that was mentioned earlier on, internet exchange points operating correctly at national level and interconnected across the region for resilience. And then also, from the point of view of managed service providers like Cloud Carib, the interoperability of MSPs across the region. Interoperability is critical because you want to share the data, you want to know how you're sharing the data. And again, what came up in the last panel was this issue of trust, to know where you're receiving the data from and who you're giving your data to. So these are, for me, the core principles of a sovereign regional shield. So what would that look like? What would that shield, and what can it look like? Well, first of all, interconnected data centers. That's at the core. Then you have interconnected IXPs, which I've already mentioned. Regional cloud infrastructure, which doesn't mean one cloud provider. Yes, it'd be great if it was Cloud Carib, but multiple cloud providers able to exchange information and work in hybrid fashions. And as an example, already this was about 7 years ago at the CTU, they had this Future Caribbean Village, they called it. And one of the things we did as a demonstration with Cloud Carib is we worked with TSTT of Trinidad, and we ported an application and data from their environment to our environment and back again, seamlessly as two managed service cloud providers. So we know it can be done. Distributed data replication. This is going to be critical for resilience purposes. We had the last speaker talk about AI in Guyana. So one of the things that we are working on is to implement, as well as a cloud infrastructure, a sovereign AI capability across the region. So the data that you're learning from remains in the region, and you build out the infrastructure across the region to remove biases, et cetera, et cetera. And the exchange layer, the interoperability layer. What we have recently done with the Caribbean Data Center Association is launched the Caribbean Gaia X Hub. And Gaia X Hub is, it's not a cloud service, it's a technologically benign platform that allows trusted exchange of information. So basically, you join the Gaia X Club, there are rules that you sign on to, and you have APIs that you can interconnect, and you can say, I want to share this data or these services, and everybody who's part of the club can see what you're sharing or willing to share and can access that seamlessly, but in a trusted manner, because the environment is a trust environment. So that's something that we've just launched last month. But the last one down here that I really want to also reflect on is underpinned by international standards. This is critical, and this goes back to the comment I made about not operating on best endeavors. Now, I want to say that these standards that are listed here, they're not exhaustive. There are other ones that could have been slotted in there. I saw 27,031, for example, as one that pops up. But there are already existing standards that can be used. We don't have to reinvent the wheel. The one that's at the top there, the Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction, is a United Nations standard. Now, it's not for ICT, it's a national framework for resilience. But all of the Caribbean countries have signed up to this framework since 2015, and most of the countries have actually developed their national disaster resilience programs based on this standard. So already we have at the policy and strategy layer a common framework that's already been developed by countries in the region. So we could leverage that. And then as you go down through each critical layer, you have ISO standards, you've got SOC 2, CSA STAR, depending on which level you're talking about. The standards exist, but we need to implement them. When you want to talk about trust and resilience, the trust and resilience has to be underpinned by globally accepted standards, and these standards have to be adhered to. So for example, our company, Cloud Carib, we are ISO 27001 certified, SOC 2 Type 2 certified, CSA STAR Level 2 certified. That means we're audited independently by 3 different entities throughout the year, continuously. That means we have to maintain our certifications, we have to maintain our standards. That means that when we are talking to our government about data privacy, as a data processor, we can show them our audits to say, you can trust us. So it's about trust. And the only way to get the trust is to have somebody independently say, yes, you can trust this person or you can trust this entity. With regard to, from our perspective, service provider certification framework, these tiers here reflect the critical nature of information and systems. So let's say tier 1 might be border management system, hospital electronic records management system, systems of this nature, communication systems, because in times of crisis, these systems need to operate all of the time as far as possible. And this is where you build in this fabric of resiliency across the region, through the interconnected data centers, through the interconnected IXPs, and through the shared managed cloud and managed service providers from across the region. So what I can say in summary is that we need to move away from the silo traditional disaster recovery. There's a reason why I guess it's called disaster recovery, because the disaster hits and then you have to recover from it. What we actually need is continuity. We need resilience built in so it's continuous operation, not the downtime due to disaster and then recovery time. We can't afford that in many instances. We need to have continuous operations. So we have all of the components. We have the Caribbean Data Center Association building out the strategy for interconnected data centers. And not only that, the data centers across the region, some are in the hurricane belt, others are not in the hurricane belt. So Curacao is not in the hurricane belt, Guyana is not in the hurricane belt, Suriname is not in the hurricane belt. So we have the possibility for redundancy and to move workloads from one country's data center to another country inside the region. So we maintain the regional resilience and maintain the regional sovereignty and maintain the regional control. We also have the internet exchange points. We've had a lot of discussion about those during today and yesterday, and we know that there are issues to overcome, but the internet exchange points exist. We just have to build the capacity of the internet exchange points and interconnect them to keep local data local and regional data regional. We have the managed service cloud providers like Cloud Carib. We operate in 10 jurisdictions across this region, and by the end of this year, it will be 14. So we know how to move workloads from one jurisdiction to another. We already do it for clients who want to have off-island backups. They choose the island they want to have their off-island backup to. So we're already doing it. So we know it can be done. All the components are there. The quality assurance, the standards are already there. We have to meet the standards, and other people like Blue Nap Americas, they're a Tier 4 data center from Uptime. So we know that the standards are there, and we know we can meet them. We just have to meet them. And that's the only way we're going to build the trust, and it's the only way we can do an interoperable regional sovereign shield. But we can do it, and the sovereign shield can be built in the Caribbean, by the Caribbean, for the Caribbean. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Iman, speaking on the Sovereign Shield, moving from disaster recovery to regional resilience. And from that, we go to Alejandro Ferrero, Principal Specialist, Sustainable Digital Infrastructure at CAF Development Bank of Latin America and the Caribbean. And he'll be speaking on harnessing technology for resilience, the Jamaican case after Hurricane Melissa. A round of applause for Alejandro. Welcome.
You have the presentation over there? You don't have it? Okay, let's, well, they check it out. Who here knows who is CAF? Nobody knows what's CAF? Okay, just one, that's not that bad. Two, okay. 3, 4, okay, we're not that bad. Okay. My name is Alejandro Forero, I'm Colombian, I work at CAF. CAF is the Development Bank of Latin America and the Caribbean. We started as a development bank in the Andes between Venezuela, Colombia, Peru, Ecuador, Bolivia, and Chile. That was more than 50 years ago. By the end of the 90s, we were the development bank in the South America. And then we started growing in Central America, and right now we're growing in the Caribbean. And the idea is to have a development bank that can work for all countries. The big difference with the other banks, or the other development banks, is that we don't want to tell the countries what they have to do. We want to work with each country and be able to help those countries to implement those solutions or those ideas that they have. We work, at the beginning of the bank, we were working in infrastructure, in bridges and highways. That was the beginning. Then water infrastructure, then health, education, and IT infrastructure. That was almost all the things that we have been doing. And right now we're working a lot of in service infrastructure, IT service infrastructure. Of course, in the physical infrastructure in IT, submarine cables, data centers, IXPs, all those things also have to be there to be able to work all the other things. And that's the kind of thing we do. So all the great ideas of things that you are talking today, at the end, somebody's going to have to say, how we pay for that? Because that's always the question that you have to answer. If you have money, you don't have all these problems. And the problem that we have in Latin America, and not just in the Caribbean, is that usually the government doesn't have enough money to do all the things that people are asking. That's the regular case. So what we would do, and all the development banks do, is help to put that money and work with the government. So we do the same thing. And the important thing that I'm going to tell you today, if they come with the presentation, is that the way we do it is all the things that you're talking about. Be resilient, have a good government in place to manage those assets, think about the energy, think about the governance of these assets, think about interoperability with other countries. We come from Latin America. We know how to do this in small countries. Then we start working in Central America, and we are learning how to do it in smaller countries. And right now we are working with the island in the Caribbean, and there we are just learning how to do it in really small countries. But the important thing is that we have to do it together. It's maybe the only thing to do. And the other thing that I want you to start thinking, yesterday when somebody asked, what is the language most spoken in the world? Everybody say, Chinese, something, China is a big country. Everybody agree with that. When they ask for the second language in the internet, just one person in the room say Spanish, and Spanish. And you in the Caribbean are really, really close to those persons who speak Spanish. And you don't used to think that there is a lot of business to do with those people over there that are really, really close. And that are very similar to you in a lot of things. And when you start talking about, for example, submarine cables, almost all the problems that you're talking about today, that when you manage your data goes to Miami and then comes back, well, Latin America has the same problem. All the data goes to Miami and then comes back. And if you start thinking about that, you're in the middle. For example, the submarine cable that goes through, okay, so there, the submarine cable that goes, is serving right now Jamaica. It goes from Miami to Jamaica and then to Colombia. So you're going to start thinking about that you're missing a lot of opportunities. Don't see that it's a lot of people down there, like 600 million people that can be your market too. So, and if you're thinking about communication, they are thinking that everything goes to Miami, and it goes through you. So you might start thinking that you have another opportunities there. Okay, I'm gonna be just very, very fast. First thing I would like you to do after today, think about CAF and just take a look. Go to the web page and say, okay, what are they doing and why maybe I be interested to talk with those guys. And almost all the things that are put in the presentation, as the person before me said, everybody said. And that's a good thing, because when we're talking about resilience, we're talking about infrastructure, IT infrastructure, everybody's talking about the same thing. So that's a good thing. 10 years ago, it was not that way. So you have to spend a lot of time explaining how to do it. Not today. We are just have to go to the next phase that usually is harder, is to implement. So I will go just past through these things, and I want to talk about these two things. Some examples of what we have been doing right now in some countries close to here. One is an example in Central America. We're financing the first submarine cable that is going through Salvador. Salvador is the only country in the whole Americas that, having coast, doesn't have a submarine cable. So international connectivity is really bad. If you are having a conference, IP conference, you have to ask everybody to turn off the camera because it's getting very slow. So it's that bad. But it's because they don't have any connection, international connection. So the government knew this was a problem. Everybody knew that was a problem. It's a small market. They are just 4.5 million person over there. So nobody wants to make that investment. The government said, I will do it. I want to do it, but I need a lot of help because I have never done that. And they start talking with us, and we say, okay, we want to finance that, but not just that. We help them to make the feasibility studies. We make the studies that make sense, that say, hey, it really makes sense that you make this investment because all the potential for your economy, for what you are doing, for e-service in the country, e-service in the government, all those things make sense because we make the study, we pay for that study, and we make it for the government, with the government. But also, we start asking for other partners to put money to help the government because they need to learn a lot of things if they are going to manage this new infrastructure. So right now, we are financing the project, we lend the money, and we are helping to spend almost $3 million in a grant, helping to do a lot of other things. That's the kind of partner that we want to be with our countries. Because the owners of the bank are the countries. We don't have money from anywhere else. The owners are the countries. And we help them to, well, we're going to accomplish there is going to get a lot of capacity, but also for the whole region, this project is going to be very important because right now, Central America, they don't have any cable in the Pacific. All the cables that serve Central America are in the Caribbean. So when they have an event, they lose a lot of connectivity. In the last earthquake in, I guess, 2018, 2 cables were damaged, and almost 90% of the capacity of all the countries in the Caribbean, in the Central America part, just was gone in one day. And they spent like half a year rebuilding everything. So having this other route is going to be very, very helpful for the whole region. The other example is a project, usually something to comment about. When you're implementing something in Latin America or in the Caribbean, we take a lot of time. And usually, we get impatient because we say, years go by and the projects are not finished. Well, it's not just in the Caribbean. It's not just Latin America. You can go to Europe and have a lot of examples for that. You can go to California and start asking, they have building this train for almost 20 years and it's not done. So what we have to do is learn how to do it and do it better. With this project, we're helping Trinidad and Tobago to go with a data center for the government. I started working with this project 3 years ago. And right now, we make the loan agreement. It's just 35 million. We're working with the European Union to put 3 million in the things that the government is going to do with that infrastructure. So here is very similar. We work with the government say, I think I need this infrastructure, but I need you to help me make the commercial sense that this is a good idea. So we put the money to do that study, we understand how to do it, and then we go ahead with the project. But then the government changed, and they stopped for almost 18 months. Right now, they are restarting the project. And we are working with the Europeans to keep going and try to finish the implementation. One of the important things that they are doing is the digital identification, so they can share it with other islands. They are also working in data embassies that will be really helpful for sharing infrastructure with all the countries. So small examples can do a lot of things. And we're trying to finance that kind of things. And we're trying to learn how to do it in the Caribbean because it's different than other countries in Latin America. South America is very different. You're closer to Central America a little bit. And we're learning how to do those kind of things. But also, we're an institution from the region. So we want to be a platform for you to talk with the other countries in the region. I would love to help the Caribbean see that you have a big land to the south. And you can use it for a lot of things. But when you think about data and you are worried about your data going to the States, that's the same problem that Latin America have, whole Latin America. And usually that data goes through your countries and you don't use it for anything. You don't propose anything. So you might be doing a lot of things there. Even if you're thinking about building data centers, well, if you have energy, it will make a lot of sense to put it in these places. So Trinidad is a big opportunity for that. We want to start with this small project, but we're trying to see how other projects can go out. So I can go just to the end. When we talk about ICT infrastructure, it's empowerment. And that's what we do. And I think that's what we can do as a country too, as a region. So check what is CAF, what can we do, and let's start talking about a lot of possibilities. Thank you.
Well, I certainly learned a lot about CAF today, didn't you? Yes? Good. Thank you so much, Alejandro Ferrero of CAF, Development Bank of Latin America and the Caribbean. Eddie Kaihura, I'll get it. Eddie Kaihura traveled from Rwanda to be with us today. He's from Packet Clearinghouse, and he will also come back to the stage as he speaks on the business case for interconnection, the ROI of peering, lowering latency, reducing transit costs, and improving user experience. Over to you, Eddie.
Thank you again. Right. So I'm going to reduce a bit because it was 30 minutes, and I think the 30 minutes, there's an inflation, went up like oil. So simply, we say hi from PCH, your friends from within. That has changed from an NGO to a global treaty organization, but continuing to do the same mission. We are funded by grants, service provisioning, and some of our people pay, but not everybody, because we provide these services mainly for the developing countries at no cost. We run a big network that is global, more than 300 data centers. We have our presence over there, and we do anycast for DNS, which could be one of the important things. So to stick to the topic today, I wanted to first introduce a bit who is PCH, for those who don't know. So I have here a diagram that shows, we're talking about the business case for interconnection. And because it is afternoon, after lunch, we're going to go back to what we studied in primary school, where you have the purchasing price, you have benefits, and then the selling price. I did it in French, so I don't know if it is the same. This is high school, okay, fine. In French, you say prix d'achat, bénéfice, et prix de vente. So this is as basic as that when you're doing business. There's something you buy, there's something you sell. Now, most of the operators would be in the third layer, the pink layer. That would be the different tiers of network service providers. They're just in front of customers, in front of eyeballs, as we call them. Then you have the regional ISPs that are in the blue area, if you see the diagram. And then you have the tier one operators that are in the green, and you can see that the tier ones are connecting to each other. So this is how it generally starts, and then eventually you pay. So normally the money goes from the bottom to the top. Let me not do another analogy. Why are you laughing? So the money goes from the base to the riches there. Now, and the game here is to do optimization. You just need to make sure that you reduce on what you use at the beginning, the buying cost, and then increase on the benefit. How do you do that? By doing what the big guys do, they interconnect. You two, like the regional ones, can interconnect, and you can see that somehow the dollar is optimized. The cost for the tier 2 operators reduces because they manage to use peering, which is a different thing. So I don't know if the same, I want to assume that you are almost like the way we are in Africa, whereby everything started with transit. So internet was just transit. So as you grow, internet becomes a mix of both transit and peering. And this is when even the tier 3 operators can do peering and thus reduce on what they spend. So we have two models. One is going to be the transit, whereby you pay for everything that goes out, and you actually paying to cross over their bridge. So they have provided a bridge for you, and everything that goes through is being paid. And yet peering is where you do exchanging of traffic directly with another network. Sometimes it can be free, sometimes it can be paid. So most of the time, the big guys feel like even if they do peering with you, you need to pay them. It's still okay, provided they don't charge you transit fee. So eventually, as you grow, they look at you as and that is across the board. We've seen that the same problems that we have in Africa, the same problem you have here, whereby sometimes the big guy says, you are too small for me to peer with you. I don't want to peer with you, but it's okay. Be creative, peer with those who can peer, and eventually you will grow and be able to peer or find a different way to do that. And some of them have a direct dedicated circuit between the two. So now, how does peering pay back? It lowers latency. This doesn't necessarily come with a dollar amount assigned to it, because it is just the satisfaction of the customer. And the satisfaction of the customer, you may not be able to quantify it immediately, but a satisfied customer is a customer that will always come back. And is a customer that will consume actually more. So there's an analogy that I don't do when there's a camera, but I'll do it when we are at the garden, because I think this is like sniffing something. So the more you consume, I've sold internet for long. I've never seen a customer coming saying that I want to reduce the bandwidth I use from you. They just want more. They just want more. They just want more. Tell me something else that people want just more. So lower units per cost, lower unit cost per megabit. So when you do the interconnection, what you expect is that the peering link is going to be cheaper than the transit link. Now, it's not always the case. When the one who's going to give you, to provide to you the peering link is the same as the one doing the transit link, guess what? They'll give you a peering link that is more expensive than the transit link. Yeah, so we've seen that in some countries where connecting from one city to another city would be more expensive than going to UK, which doesn't make sense because you consider this is a local flight. How can a local flight be more expensive than international flight? But I guess some flights to Miami could be cheaper than. Is it the case in the Caribbean too? Okay, fine. So it's not only peering that you need to fix, right? Of course, there are other benefits of peering, and I'll skip them for now. Some consideration, and this is the last slide. Peering coordinator plus measurement. So one of the things that we realize in our space is that, and I think it was also mentioned here, of the exchange points that are ghost exchange points. In my country, we love a lot cows. So if you have cows and you don't have a berger, what is a headsman? If you don't have a headsman or a shepherd, the cows will go So in your organization, it's important to have a peering coordinator, someone who will be assessing this. In some companies, it is too big to have any other job, but in some of smaller companies, you can have someone that does both. He has something else that he's doing, but is also doing the peering coordination. And his job is mainly going to be focusing on measuring, because you just don't go peer anyhow. There is a science behind it, and this is the science that this person would need to start. I don't know if we call it a science or an art, because I think it's both. You need to do the calculations, and you need to also do the art of connection, because I don't know who said it before, interconnection or peering is also social. It is not just financial. Sometimes this meeting we are going to go at the garden could be more important than some of the discussion that we have on the panel here, because you can create and foster some connectivity or relationships. For instance, the CAF. So you may talk very nicely with my predecessor, and then guess what? You have a grant. Isn't it so? I was starting from the podium here. But just to say, the peering coordinator will also need to be able to establish relationship with different players in the environment, understand what are the networks that you can transition from transit to peering. And this is the game that people need to play. And looking at the cost of the link towards the exchange point. Now, I put the two other points. For some of you, these questions were raised in the previous sessions, interconnecting the IXPs and the regional IXP. Actually, I put this before the discussion happened, because I looked at you, and it's the same debate we had in our region. And we have people who really want it, and we have people who are religiously against it. Why? Because the interconnection of IXP has a challenge, which is that link between the two exchange points. Who is going to pay for it? And eventually, as we said, these things don't go decreasing, they go increasing. As they go increasing, who would pay for it? There are different ideas that have been discussed, but again, as a colleague said, none of them has worked so far. I still believe that finding a way to subsidize it, that's a personal view, okay? Finding a way to subsidize the interconnection between two IXPs to start with, just to show the improvement or just to stimulate more content, but being very fast at finding the regional carriers, because the solution is going to go not only with if you don't want to do interconnection, the regional carrier is going to be the real solution, because they'll be able, these are the airlines between the island. So you need to find people who are going to invest differently than those who are selling you transit, otherwise they will never reduce the price for you, or finding a way to make sure that they give you a fair price. That is another research. But for the regional carriers to be able to provide inter-island flight, if I can say, but at a better rate, or at a rate that is competitive enough for the business to start evolving while the content is being produced. And we were also told that you have other networks in your region that could potentially consider hosting in your country, which is Latin America. So this is I didn't want to go in a very PhD type of research to talk about the business. I felt that it was important to just mention these different components as everyone is thinking on a better business case for interconnection. So why is interconnection is actually good business? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Eddie, for that presentation. So, ladies and gentlemen, as we wind down to the business aspect of today, because we're gearing up for the casual aspect, right? I'll see you all later, right? Yes? Clear as the first one, yes. We're now going to go into the Archipelago Accord, formalizing commitments to regional peering and announcing CaribNOG 32. And for that, I hand over the honors to Bevel Wooding. Bevel?
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. All right. So let me just get the deck over to the team. What I'll be doing in this section essentially is doing a bit of a wrap-up and a pointer to what comes next so that we can leave here with some clear steps to carry things forward. So let's go 1, 2, 1, 2. How has it been so far, though? Let me ask that question. Lovely, yeah. And I know for both the local and some of the overseas participants, the issue of the exchange point, which has been a recurring theme here, is one that for many the value proposition is still a bit amorphous, like exactly what do we do and what do we get when we go down this route. And we really hoped that the conversations, the real world experience would help to kind of crystallize some of that value proposition in a way that makes these next steps even more practical. So I'm going to talk through, just put 3 slides up to summarize some things that will be themselves a pointer for what we need to do going forward. The other thing I hope you noted inside of it was the reality of the importance of community in these kinds of activities. That issue of a lot of the technical work being the hidden layer is real. When done well, no one should know about IT people, right? When done well. So it's a role, it's a function that really has invisibility as a marker of its success. You see the IT group, the people, the organization, the department when something is disrupted or interrupted or not done well. And what that has created, particularly over the last few years, is this ironic, this paradox of we are more important than ever before, but we are coming from a context in which our invisibility was our strength. But now we need to be heard. Now we need to be understood, and now the role that we play needs to be better invested in. And so inside of looking around the room and listening to the conversations, I trust that you also picked up the importance, not just of CaribNOG as one organization doing its part inside of this ecosystem, but the more general importance of ongoing interactions, the sharing of knowledge, the exchange of ideas, the building of relationships that allows these things to really progress to the point where someone can call someone else to get support for something that is off the books, not on the agenda, not in the budget, right? That's how a lot of this actually gets moved. I thought Brent would have given you this story. Sorry, Stephen is waiting on me for this. One of the things that allowed GREX, the Grenada Exchange Point, to really take off was when Akamai, one of the world's largest content providers, decided inside of a CaribNOG meeting, listening to these same types of presentations, to create an entirely new product for small markets. They didn't have one before. They had no concern about the Caribbean or its less than 1 million territories as part of their product portfolio. But the VP was in a meeting, sat and heard the concerns, recognized that they were no different than the metropole conversations, and sat with us and said, what can we do? And I certainly want to encourage my Jamaican colleagues to think about areas in which something that currently seems impossible could be affordably addressed by bringing the right persons in the right conversations at the right time. Because sometimes that goes a lot further or has a much greater impact than the high-profile headlights type approaches that leave you with press releases but no actual action. And I know that for the community generally, action is where everyone wants to be at right now. We have spoken enough. right? Enough conversations have been had around these issues. Now it's time for us to get things going. I would need a drive. It's not sharing for some reason. All right, so I hope that was another point that we picked up inside of it, just the importance of having the right people in the right rooms, having the right conversations with the right attitude to get the right results. So one of the things that I want to share, I just want to get some support from the guys here, is some practical steps forward from here. We've heard presentations, we've made relationships, and now we want to just get, now we just want to get things moving forward. Oh, okay, just share it from my own screen. All right, no problem. I'm ready. All right, here we go. So a number of the speakers have spoken about why is an IXP important. They increase peering, they provide local content, and they trigger internet commerce. What I wanted to leave you with is something that is a very important bridge between what we have discussed and what comes next. And that is this simple fact that ISPs alone does not a successful IXP make. It's really important to get that point because a lot of energy goes into getting the big boys at the table and making sure that we have all of the players in the ISP market there. But that's not actually what an IXP is only about. It's about getting content providers, not just commercial internet service providers, getting content providers at the exchange. It is about getting the operators of networks, not just commercial networks, to the exchange point. And for that, something very simple but very important has to take place. And that is, for most of the countries in the region, including Jamaica, you have to get more organizations getting autonomous system numbers. It's like the ticket to the party, right? People who have networks, the fundamental aspect of the resilience that we have been speaking about is having more autonomous networks on the network, within the location or the jurisdiction. And that means your banks, your insurance companies, government ministries, government agencies, and others who are managing networks and servicing customers can and should be going after their own number resources, that's autonomous system numbers or ASNs, and they should be blocking out their own networks with their own IPv6 blocks to ensure that they can bring the resilience that we've been talking about to the digital table. It's a really important point that is sometimes missed when the focus is sometimes taken up too much by the role that the commercial providers play. They have a very important role, but it is not the only role. And so a big part of what you heard in terms of getting this peering coordinator or some champion agency to mobilize the local community, a big part of that actually involves getting people who right now don't know what an ASN is to the table, or getting people who don't know that they need to be at an IXP to be at the table. And that's an education and outreach exercise that must take place for us to have any chance of a successful IX implementation. You all with me? So we have the foundation that has been discussed very, very adequately by so many. IXPs are important. They reduce latency, they reduce jitter, they increase opportunities. But when you click on that word, they increase opportunities. That is potential that will remain unrealized until these other providers appear in the discussion. So someone, somewhere, will have the wonderful task of speaking to the media houses and getting them to understand in their language, not the language of the technician, in their language why peering matters. Someone will have the wonderful and unenviable task of going to the government ministries and speaking to them about the importance of your critical internet infrastructure and why their ministries, which aren't concerned about IPv6 and ASNs, need to be at the table. What their concerns are about digital services, service uptime, service reliability, and so the language has to shift from the language of this room into a language that essentially translates these conversations into business terms. And that actually becomes the biggest lift of this. The technical aspect, as so many have said before, is the easiest part. The human relationship, networking, and engineering aspect of it, yeah, that's when the fun begins. All right, and so what this particular CaribNOG was designed to do is to essentially make us all clear enough and aware enough and excited enough about making the investment in that race. It is worth it, is supposed to be the takeaway. Yeah, it's going to be worth the next fight. This was a fight, but this is not the fight. This was a fight. The real fight is to get the people who will make the IX a transformative piece of infrastructure to the table. That's why I was so glad to hear the Where's My Bus presentation, because those are the apps that presume that the internet infrastructure is in place. You don't want that guy stopping to think about who is peering at an exchange point. That's not his concern. You want him innovating and entrepreneuring. And so a big part of the responsibility of the network operator is to put back on that cloak of invisibility, because the IX works, and allow our innovators to innovate and our entrepreneurs to entreprenate, right? Or whatever. Ready? But you all make the connection, right? So the conversation has to shift. There are enough technical people who now know we have work to do. And now we need that bridge layer, that translation layer that says, you copied it, or this is me, or Stephen? That's me? All right. That bridge layer that says, this is the work that now needs to take place. So some of the keys, and again, I'm just summarizing what several of the presenters would have said before: dedicated coordinator, really critical. The lessons of the last 10 years have taught us the importance of having a face that is the face of connectivity that people can trust. In all of the jurisdictions where IX operations have been successful, there has been one such. You all know Brent. In other markets, you have Nico from Curacao, who has been there with, that's a commercial exchange point, but he has become the face of it, and he has become the translator of the technical benefit to the business benefit and the government benefit. So a dedicated coordinator is key. Peering and collaboration is an ongoing exercise. There is no point at which you can say, we have enough peers. And there should be no point at which you say, we have enough peers. You always want the exchange to bring more content closer to home. And that's an ongoing effort. So that's going to be key. And then local digital content is not automatic. If you think about it in very practical terms, right now, there is no single point of messaging that says why we need local digital content. Everyone knows that local apps are important, and people are going about and around the system to develop those apps and publish those apps. We need to domesticate a lot more of those apps, which means working with your content creators, talking to the government ministries that have services that they wish to deploy, and tell them hosting it local is part of our resilience framework. And that's a key part of the deployment for it. Need for a sponsor here not just meaning a sponsor in the context of an event, but a sponsor in the context of the work that it will take to speak to all of the audiences. Think of these as IXP ambassadors, right? The persons in the business community who will be the ones telling their colleagues, who will always hear it better from colleagues. This is why we need to move in this direction. A similar rule inside of government, a similar rule out into the universities, so you can get a next generation of network engineers aware of these things that are currently not on the curriculum. And that's going to be key for sustainability and longevity. So these persons have to live inside of these different audiences and these different groupings to make sure that we don't just have the IXP launch as an event that we clap, celebrate, and put out a release on, but we have it as an ongoing aspect of the digital resilience structures for the country and by extension for the region. All right, so those are the deployment keys I wanted to share with you. And I hope this will give you a simple roadmap. The next step, local content, local content, local content. What is local content? Everything from the movies and music videos to the government applications to the educational content, stuff that is necessary, needed, and currently consumed from the outside, brought closer to home. ongoing and active part of the process. Next step will include support activities. There were several conversations in the corridors and between the sessions about what other policy instruments can be used to incentivize the reluctant and the resistant. And you have to be both clever and careful in using legislation as an incentive for peering. The best exchanges actually have no documentation. They're handshake arrangements because this thing is just so obvious to those who know. Now you'd say, if it was so obvious, why is it happening? And my simple response is, follow the money. A big part of this argument has rested on, well, you can save by reducing the need to send traffic outside of the region and keeping it within the country. But what if, let's just say, what if you happen to have domestic for-profit commercial interests? And what if you happen to have subsea commercial interests? And just for argument's sake, what if, hypothetically, you also had economic interests at the point where it was being exchanged outside of the region? Would you have an incentive to keep local content local? Really? Well, then don't be surprised when resistance comes by those who do, or from those who do. It's just part of a business model. So the issue really is not arguing and fighting with what is a very profitable business model. The issue is coming up with an alternative, more compelling case for keeping the content locally, which may not in the short term involve those who have an interest in collecting here, in the sea or under the sea, and at the other point outside of the jurisdiction where profits can be made. Everybody with me? That struggle is not one that you will easily win out of emotion and national appeal. The better way to spend the energy is to convince those who have an interest here at home to do that business here at home and incentivize them to do it better. And so it gives us some really simple but very pragmatic ways to look at what comes next. The local infrastructure, you have a number of organizations, including CaribNOG, Packet Clearinghouse, ISOC, who have already indicated that they're willing to bring DNS servers, the time, what do you call it, the time service that runs at exchange points? I forget the name of it now. Yeah, there's some very interesting services that when you put them at the exchange, they just change the general quality of digital and network-based services for everyone. And those can easily be brought here. The next set of CaribNOG meetings are going to have a very, very heavy focus on those international content and caching providers bringing more of their services to the region. Be present for those conversations so you can ensure that something comes home. And then, of course, the fourth block is the essential block, the capacity building component. People behave better when they know what better is, right? It's just a simple fact of life. So we want to spend a lot more time, and we want to encourage a lot more of the territories to spend time in investing in the kind of both technical and non-technical awareness building that is necessary for decision makers to make more informed decisions. Right, so I'll put these as a four-block, simple four-block next steps that you can apply both here, but for those who are listening in online as well, who are considering either revamping or starting their own local exchange points, this is the next step that follows the technical, yes, this makes sense. All right, so I was going to talk a bit about starting a local network operators group, but we can leave that for another time. And I'll jump straight to our keeping this conversation going. There we go. Where are we? Am I going in the wrong direction? Sorry. Yeah, there we go. So a big part of the CaribNOG community are the discussions that take place on the WhatsApp channel. And so this QR code just gives you a way to jump in and join with your colleagues and counterparts from across the region. They discuss everything from the latest IXP opportunities to what's happening in cybersecurity to how are some of these international activities impacting security and resilience here at home. So that's the CaribNOG WhatsApp channel, and I invite you all with an interest in these discussions to join in. Participation is free. There are some very basic rules. Don't drift into politics. Keep it inside of the networking and network development arena. There are a lot of other places you can go and discuss what you think about current leaders near and far. All right, so that's the CaribNOG engineering WhatsApp group where these conversations can take place and where you can also ask questions about things that you've heard here or that you're hearing that you want clarification on. It's like Lime Time on WhatsApp. And then our next CaribNOG meeting is going to take place in the beautiful Williamstead, Curacao. There we go. Yes. And this is going to be a really important CaribNOG meeting, maybe one of the most important meetings in our history for this simple reason. CaribNOG is now just over 15 years old. We've had a wonderful run as a volunteer-based organization. We have had a number of persons in this room doing human service over the years to keep things going, to keep the community connected. But you know, after a certain age, you have to grow up and do things differently. So at this meeting, we're actually going to have the first CaribNOG elections and put other structures in place for event coordination, for program management, for some of our special projects, and for expanding the research function. It's time. And we've chosen Curacao because we have a wonderful and very productive partnership with the Caribbean Data Center Association. Giovanni King, our keynote speaker from yesterday. Yeah, Giovanni. Right? And Miss Lee Singh, wonderful silent champion of the cause. And we want to sit down in this CaribNOG meeting. We'll do 1 day of hardcore technical interactions and training, a half day with business meetings. That's talking to the business community about the value and the responsibility and the benefits of supporting initiatives that strengthen digital infrastructure, translated into business speak. And the rest of the time is actually going to be on refashioning the governance structures of CaribNOG. So a very significant meeting, and for those who have traveled with CaribNOG over the years, the meeting that brings that informality into final shape for us to deal with the requirements and demands of the next era. And so I really wanted you all to be aware of this inflection point in the organization. What can I say? It is time. It is time. And a lot of what I said yesterday about the shifting role of the network operator is feeding these conversations. It is not sufficient for persons who are responsible for our networks to simply be mindful of engineering issues anymore. They have to be thinking institutionally. They have to be thinking in terms of national development objectives. And they have to intersect those considerations with what they do in the networks. And that's what we want to shift CaribNOG to. So this will be the last meeting in this format. The meetings going forward will have very clear streams. We will be talking to network operators about things like router leaks and V6 and stuff that makes executives yawn, right? There will be a special space and place for that, because those conversations need to continue, but there will be a new space for business executives trying to understand the impact that these technologies are having in the real world, on their businesses, within our governments, and across our societies. This will include, for example, an educators forum, because this is having an outsized impact on how education is being facilitated right now. Technologies like AI have an implication. Programs that bring laptops and mobile phones into classrooms are literally changing how our kids think. And there are persons in the CaribNOG community who know both on the education side and the technical side what these things mean. And we want to create these spaces for a new dialogue to emerge within the region. A dialogue that will actually, tangibly help us to navigate the way forward. And so Curacao is where this inflection point is going to take place, and from Curacao, the new CaribNOG emerges. More mature, better structured, better organized, and more focused on how it services the region in this time. Right, so these are things I wanted to share with you. I will have a little bit of time for questions and so on. Mm-hmm. The technical community, the business community, and then these special interest groups, including education. Yeah, so that the translation of what is happening on the network into what it means for development for the region is more clearly articulated. Several of the conversations over the last 3 days, for example, lost half the room. right? But it's unavoidable in a format like this, right? We have many speakers talking about many things about which they are very expert, but not everyone knows how to translate technical expertise into language that is more accessible to those who make decisions. And so we want to create or craft a space for those conversations. We've been discussing that as it relates as well to the Data Center Association. Wonderful technical work, but the implications are for decision makers to invest in Caribbean infrastructure. That's a different conversation than somebody who is interested in setting up a data center. And so we're trying to craft a new forum for that under the umbrella of the Network Operators Group and the Data Center Association to ensure that the right people are hearing the right messages, right? Is that okay with everyone? Does that make sense? You are the CaribNOG community, and you are the ones who vet and say if this is the direction that makes sense for us. So does that make sense for you? Yeah? Is this what you all kind of feel, not just the region, but locally, would make a better difference or bigger difference? Lance? Can we get a microphone and maybe just pass around some comments? I'll run. And you could pass it to Jared after.
Thanks. You and I have spoken a bit about this during this meeting and before, about the nexus between software and the networks and the engineering and stuff like that. And it doesn't have to be a track, but certainly it should be included, I think, in playing that part in terms of, there is something that drives the engine, there is something that sometimes the solution is done there first, and then applied to the infrastructure. So maybe the establishment of that relationship is probably something you should look at. It doesn't have to be for the next one, but certainly as you move forward.
Got it, and thanks for that. Trevor made a very interesting point this morning about the nexus between the technical knowledge and the policy development, for example. And that's something that we feel, again, because the region is interesting in that many of the technical persons have a business hat or a government hat. And so they can be more effective translators of some of these issues to the administrations around the region or to the, we've also signed a MOU with the Caribbean Business Chambers. And all of this is part of the outreach extending itself to where it ultimately needs to get to more effectively. Jared? And then I'll just ask Giovanni and or Lee to chime in as well on Curacao and the Data Center Association.
Yeah, this issue of Jared Best, CaribNOG, this issue of invisibility being a marker of success. This is I empathize with that. I'm not let me give my CaribNOG spiel. I'm a non-technical person, right? But I empathize with that issue of invisibility being a marker of success because as a journalist, you've done your job if you provide the right information at the right time and nobody it just you just provide it at the right time. And you are invisible in a sense. And I feel as if this is the first CaribNOG meeting in which, first of all, my eyes haven't glazed over. The maturity of the community, I feel, I can attest to because I'm able to follow what Alejandro is saying. I'm able to hear about CAF, which I don't know about in a different way. It feels relevant in the room at this time. And it also feels as if there are conversations being had here that are relevant to what is not being said about where we are as a region, our ability to withstand and to become resilient to challenges that we are facing and so on. So it just very much feels as if this is something that is of its time. Really looking forward to what this means for us as a community.
Excellent. Thank you. Want to make a comment? You want to comment too? Oh. Can we get the mic to Giovanni? Yeah.
First and foremost, always a pleasure to be part of it, and happy to be part of the next CaribNOG event in Curacao. I think you've said it already. It's all about collaboration and how do we fortify the institutions, the networks, so that we can create a common digital economy supported by trust, supported by standards, supported by interoperability, and creating something that would benefit all of us. I think because we are a diverse organization, a region, our diversity is what is our strength, and this is the time on which we need to bank on that. Now, having said that, Caribbean Data Center Association has one objective, is to create a network of interconnected data centers across the region. And within that network of interconnected data centers, it's no way that we can do it without all of the other players that are part of the ecosystem, from the ISPs to the IXPs, to the consumers, to the enterprises, to governments. It is one ecosystem that basically works together. So we have the same objectives. We have the same needs. We need to make sure that there are people that are educated in order that they can man and operate our facilities. We need to make sure that we know and create environments in where our trusted data is secure and protected. From that perspective, we're doing the same thing, and that's why for us it's also important, and Bevel had mentioned it on day one, that there is an MOU between Caribbean Data Center Association and CaribNOG, through which we're going to do a lot of things together. There is no need for any of the organizations to replicate what the other one is doing, but we need to be able to support each other in order for us to reach our common goals. Because, again, like I said when I opened, I am a Caribbean national, even though I was born and raised in Curacao, but my passion for the region is what makes me do what I do, and my passion for the region is why I am committed to make a contribution to the development of our region. Thank you.
Excellent. And that passion for the region compels us to do this. One last thing I want to update you on, and it is the CaribNOG Next Gen Initiative. I'm not sure what is supposed to be between those two slides. Anyways. Yeah. So this is, we started the pilot in Dominica at CaribNOG 30. And the idea is to have a very direct, very strategic, very focused outreach to the young and potential engineers. Going through the universities, going through all the way to high school students, and giving them an opportunity to understand how networks work, how the internet operates, how content moves across the world, and more than that, give them an opportunity to also express their own interests and desire in shaping the digital future. I see it as an imperative component of the next stage or next phase of CaribNOG, where we give back to the young people and give them a stage to tell us how they see this evolving future as well too. And so that program, that pilot, we're going to be discussing that at CaribNOG 32 in Curacao, and then launching a full-fledged outreach to students and young persons, young professionals in the coming year and beyond as part of this Next Gen initiative. So that's something that I really want, thank you. That's something I really wanted us to be aware of, because I think we all have a part to play, one, and two, I think we can all benefit from better informed, educated, inspired, and directed young persons across our societies. And so CaribNOG will be going after the youth. And not just in a career and hackathon type way, like strong, certified courses and programs that help them to navigate what you cannot find on Google, or what you cannot get GPT and AI results to tell you how to live inside of this region. Right? So we're going to be using the the knowledge of the wizened and the knowledge of the elders to share with those who are upcoming what they can look forward to and what they can look out for as they shape their... I wasn't looking in your direction, my well-haired colleague. I wasn't looking in your direction. Yes. So that's it. So CaribNOG 32, Curacao, save the date, 7th to 9th of October, 2026. And lots of good stuff to come out of the pipeline based on feedback from you, the CaribNOG community, as we set the course for 2027 and beyond. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Bevel, for that. And now we know where the next CaribNOG meeting will take place. CaribNOG 32 will be held in Curacao in October. Great. So I want to thank you all for being with us for day 2 of this awesome forum that we're having at the Jamaica Pegasus Hotel. Tomorrow is going to be another exciting day, pairing best practices and measurements. So we'll be hearing a lot from members of the Internet Society. I see the table over there. Shout out to Russell and team over there. So tomorrow is going to be another exciting day. We can't wait for that. And of course, the day is not yet ended. We're just going to allow some of you to go to your rooms, or those of us like me who don't have a room, we'll just, chill until 5 o'clock. We'll meet you at the Pegasus Gardens at 5 o'clock, 5 to 7 for Lime Time. I want to thank all the presenters who joined us in person and online, and of course, all the attendees who joined us in person and online. I'm Elizabeth Bennett Marsh. Take care of yourself, and I'll see you in a little while. Bye-bye.
Hi, before... I know you want to get to Lime Time. As you know, CaribNOG is a 3-day event. Day 1 and 2 were hosted by the Office of the Utilities Regulation. And so we wish to thank them for an excellent job that they did in pulling these 2 days together. Thank you to the Deputy General, the Director General and her team who have done, there were lots of meetings and lots of discussions. And Yvonne and Leighton and Gordon and of course Liz and the media team for promoting the event. And so we thank you for everything that you have done. We are sure that you're going to be back tomorrow, but we didn't want to wait until then to say thank you. And in that regard, we just wanted to also thank some of our other sponsors. So we thank the OR, we thank Aaron, ISOC, PCH, Architects, Connected Caribbean, ICANN, CTU, LACNIC, Spectrum Management Authority, Sun City, and of course we have to thank Flo for the internet connection to the room. So ladies and gentlemen, we look forward to seeing you at Lime Time, where we could continue the discussions. It's not just about drinking the beers, which I'm sure that will be available as well. But we could continue this discussion there. Have a good evening all.